now, and let's just hope that we can get this worked out. Julie, I know, I'm hoping you can hear me right now, but I just want you to know.
I can.
Yeah, that my thoughts and prayers are headed across the bridge to one of your board members, and
Thank you.
And that family issue. That is wow.
I'm just wondering if we should reach out to the rest of the board because we changed the Zoom meeting URL last minute there to make sure everyone is clicking on the right link.
So what Monica was doing was she was putting the new link on that link. So if people went to that, they would know to switch to this. And that's what she was in the process of working on right now. If I'm correct, Pat, is that correct? Pat's from NMU.
I will tell you, all the candidates are good. I've been texting them, so they're all set. They're waiting and anxious, so it's just a matter of getting this worked out here right now. And I apologize, I don't have the best background like Melanie does. I love that, by the way.
Nor do I. Lowell, I think you're right. Maybe I should reach out.
Okay. Our daughter is teaching online right now. My wife is working back in the bedroom. And I'm out here in the living room. So we do what we do. And Melanie, thank you for going first, because these
I was
are
just
the things
thinking that.
I am totally fine. Don't.
Yeah, and just know that we might need to extend your time, but we're good. Okay, so you know, I am the yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I am the timekeeper, but these things happen, and so I've got check your volume on the keyboard of your computer.
There, I think I can hear her.
Yeah, the boy.
Yay.
Okay, that was weird. Gotta love it.
Wow.
I switched computers. I'm in the basement this time, so because it'll be 5 hours, my family is gonna be upstairs. So I was using a different computer before, so I don't know. I have no idea what the scoop is, but here we are.
I like the tongue and groove behind you, by the way.
Yeah, thanks.
That's pretty nice. Yeah.
Jamie, we're still waiting for a couple board members to come in.
Okay.
Monica was going on to the other link and putting this link, so.
Yeah, how come we changed links?
So, well, I don't know, just about 10 minutes ago, there was one link that was sent to the masses that says, use this link for the live viewing. And then there was a link that was sent to our administrative team for us to use this link. So.
It was because Monica took the suggestion that Lowell gave about, what was your suggestion, Lowell?
Well, I went to a webinar. You upgraded, I think, to Zoom webinar, which gives you the greatest capacity. So you now have the capability for 1,000 people to watch this interview.
Okay.
Wow,
Thank
epic concert.
How did the public get this information?
Monica just now she had sent something out earlier, and then anybody that had responded then you can ask her, but resent it. So they just now went live. Like I said, then she sent a second link just moments ago to our leadership team for Debbie and Tony and for me to use this, but it may be easier for us to use the live link too if you want. It's up to what you guys want.
So Jamie, she's currently connecting the new link onto the other link so that when people go into the old link, they'll be able to connect.
All right, that's a good move.
I just seen that we're streaming live on YouTube also.
Great. That's awesome. Good
Yeah.
stuff.
Wow.
Elger.
I wish you wouldn't have told me that, Lowell.
right.
Okay, I see Paula, I see Barb, I see Shelley. I think all the board members are here. Monica, are you with us?
Okay, right.
So a few coaching points, Julie, while we're going through this. Obviously, the mute and unmute buttons, right,
Correct.
are very important. And when you're asking questions, unmute. But if you're not asking a question, please hit your mute button because it does impact frequency. And so it's very helpful if you do mute if you're not asking.
And you'll know you're on mute by the
Lower left, you'll see the red arrow or the red line through there. So
Jamie, do you know where yours is?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's Monica.
Hello.
Hi.
So the anyone who wishes to participate to view is able to watch it. It's being streamed live on NMU's website.
Okay, so anybody that went into the other Zoom meeting will be able to watch this?
I'm working on that. I'm letting folks know as they enter that meeting that that's the deal. So I'm monitoring that meeting to let people know because I haven't been able to get the notice out in a widespread way. I'm updating everything while we.
Thank you, Monica. Is it okay for us to just get the meeting started then at this time?
Sure.
Okay,
absolutely.
all
Then
right.
there may be public people that can't get into this or aren't getting into it, right?
Well, if you want to hold on for a few minutes, I will go to the other Zoom and let them know there are some people who are in that waiting room. I'll be right back. Sorry for the.
I will wait.
No problem.
Yeah, and I don't have anybody, my email was on here too. And Jamie and the board, I don't have anybody that's trying to get a hold of me right now.
Okay.
Either through my email or phone.
I think the only thing that we need to be concerned about is the open meetings issue. Somebody,
Be specific on your question. What's your question?
well, if somebody tries to get into the other link and finds that the meeting is not there, I mean, we'd be theoretically in violation of the Open Meetings Act.
Monica's monitoring that and switching people over right now, if they
I
choose.
understand that.
Yeah,
I understand.
I think, Jamie, your point is a great one, and it does come up, but we're trying our very best, right? And this is the nature of what we're doing right now, to try to keep moving forward. So, but
Well, whatever works.
it's going to work. You have 6 great candidates. It will work. It's gonna be great. I'm excited. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm fired up.
I am too.
Good.
Good.
So I think President Shah, whenever you're ready, I think we're good to go.
We will need Monica probably on.
And I see her. She is on.
There she
Okay.
is.
I
But she's
couldn't. Oh,
working very, she's I think on her phone right now. So it's good.
all right. I would like to call the meeting to order. I need a motion to please approve the agenda as presented.
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda as presented.
I'll support.
Motion by Amy. And I have to do a roll call vote on that. Shelley,
Yes.
Paula,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Lowell,
Yes.
and Julie's a yes. The motion passes. Is there any public expression at this time? Any public expression? Okay, hearing none, we'll move forward.
Julie, this is Shelley.
Yes,
Just for the purposes of attendance, I think we need to note Steve's attendance or lack of.
okay, thank you.
There was one, hi, everyone. There
Hi.
is, there was a response sent in.
For the public comment?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm trying to open it. Okay, there is not, it wasn't anything that needed to be brought forward. Thank you.
And Monica, do you know if Steve is on by phone or if he found a way to?
I don't know that.
We have an excused absence.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you. And Julie, just a reminder that any vote should be by roll call.
Yes, I just did for,
The approval of the agenda.
Thank you.
and we will note that Steve is off for however you need to state that.
Okay.
So now we need a motion to approve the minutes of the consent agenda, the open and closed sessions for the minutes of the MARESA special board meeting of April 23rd. We need approval, a motion and support on those minutes.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of the regular meeting and the closed meeting.
Motion by Shelley. Do I have support?
Support by Barb.
Support by Barb. And we'll do a roll call vote on that. Shelley,
Yes.
Paula,
Yes.
Barb,
Yes.
Jamie,
Yes.
Lowell,
Yes.
and Julie is a yes. Motion passes. Thank you. And now we are going to go into our MARESA superintendent interviews. So I would like to introduce myself. I'm the board president. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Julie Shaw, and this is my 7th year on the MARESA board, and I served 12 years on the local board in my community in the Gwinn area community schools. So welcome. And we would like to welcome Melanie Allen as our first candidate for our leadership position. So I would like the Board of Education members to also introduce themselves at this time. And I'll call Shelley.
Hi, I'm Shelley Ovink. I live in the NICE Community School District. I was on the NICE Community School Board for 12 years back in the day. And I've been on the MARESA board for, I'm not really sure, but I believe I got on there in 1997. So however many years that amounts to, a long time. Yeah, and I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you, Shelley. Paula?
Hi, Melanie. I'm Paula Sari, and I'm from the Marquette area. I served 8 years on the local Marquette board, and I'm like Shelley. I've been on the MARESA probably 20 some, I think, years. I'm with Shelley. It's sometimes hard to remember, but I also served on the Michigan Association of School Boards for 20 years. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Barb.
I'm Barb Herman. I'm from the Munising Public Schools District. I was on the Munising board for about 16 and a half years, and then ultimately joined the MARESA board, upwards of 20. Not quite as many as Paula, I don't think, but close.
Thank you, Barb. And Jamie.
I've served, I'm from Marquette, and I have served on I'm the vice president of the MAPS, currently of the MAPS school board. And I'm also on the MARESA school board. This is going into my second year.
Thank you, Jamie.
And Lowell.
Okay, your audio cut out on me there. I assume you called me. Lowell Larson, live within the County Public School District and just started with the MARESA board this past summer.
Thanks, Lowell. Melanie, I'm just going to describe to a brief moment of the format that we're going to have today. The interview may take up to 75 minutes. There will be approximately 25 questions. Near the end, we will give you, our candidate, an opportunity to ask questions of the board. Questions may be submitted by our audience watching and will be considered for round 2 candidates. Please email those questions to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Mike Hill, at LakerDad, that's L-A-K-E-R, dad, D-A-D, 68 at gmail.com. And comments may also be submitted to that same email address. So we will also mail at the end of the interview for a closing statement. And I'm going to open up with questions. And the first question.
Julie's audio is cracking up.
To you, your experience and credentials.
Yeah, I'm not hearing the question.
Yeah, Julie, your audio is.
Our audio, our career.
Julie, your audio is not working well.
Well, that's not good.
No, we can go back.
Can you
It's fading in and out a little bit. So let's just go back to the original start of the question, and we can do that. So.
Yeah.
Okay, Melanie. While we have had the opportunity to review your experience and credentials, our audience has not. Would you briefly review your background and what causes you to be interested in this position at this point in your career?
To do a quick review of my background first, I have been involved in education for well over 20 years, moving toward the 25 years, been primarily in administration that whole time. Started out briefly with teaching, certified in art and English. I naturally fell into a leadership role just in the uniqueness to the situation I was in, and that led me down the leadership journey at a pretty early age. I worked for the Saginaw Chippewa tribe for 18 years. In the capacity of working for the Saginaw Chippewa tribe, I helped them with the establishment of a tribal education department. And we developed a K-12 school structure within the tribal community, as well as we were the foundation for the developing of the community college and a community library. So that was a very long experience, primarily focused on the secondary component of developing the programming for the tribe, and then also setting up all the policy and the logistics and salary schedules and basically everything that you have to set up for a tribal education department. So it was a fabulous experience and a fabulous community, and also very unique to embrace culture and walk into someone else's world and live within that world. And I know that I learned, I think, a lot of my leadership skills in that world on how to listen well and how to, lead, but also acknowledge all those and embrace all of those around you. transitioned there into a large suburban school system with over 6,000 students. I was a secondary principal and then moved into central office position in the curriculum office. That was at Holt Public Schools. So that was a very unique experience. Like I said, I started as a building administrator. They did transition me into an administrative position in which I helped them refacilitate some new programming in the district because they had to reformat some things. Particularly the alternative ed went from a stand and face-to-face delivery into a electronic online program and help facilitate that. And then in the curriculum office, I became the coordinator for multi-tiered systems of support throughout the district. So I collaborated across all the district building with all the district administrators to help establish new systems and structures within the district. After that, I moved to Inland Lake Schools, where I was a building principal, but also a strong member of the central office team, which once again, I brought a lot of the reason I think was employed by Inland Lakes is because of the skill set I could bring to the table to help restructure and do systems level work. Introduced all of the multi-tiered systems of support structure there and district reconfiguration, as well as one-to-one technology integration project. So I've had a very long history with educational leadership, systems level leadership and systems change work. I'm very passionate about change leadership as well as creating collaborative cultures to facilitate change within systems work and within districts for positive growth. And I believe that, that was basically when I moved into the position of associate superintendent last year at Marquette MARESA. That was a lot of the skill set I could bring to the table to help facilitate and do the general education associate superintendent work that I'm now doing currently.
Thank you. Based upon your research, tell us about MARESA and what you believe are the most immediate challenges.
I believe the most immediate challenges right now at MARESA are in the very immediate is how do we support our LEAs in the era of COVID-19 and the creating the necessity for really looking at embracing technology and looking at how do we blend technology into the instructional delivery and instructional practices and instructional mindset.
Based upon your research, tell us about MARESA and what you believe are the most immediate challenges.
I'm not sure what our little echo was there. But
I believe the most immediate.
okay, we got that under control? Okay. Everybody good?
You're fine. You were
That was
doing
fun.
great.
I guess you needed to
This
hear
is
that.
Mike. I don't know what happened there, but you're doing great.
Yeah.
Probably
No.
part of the recording.
It's good. We're
Right.
gonna have probably more than one glitch, so yeah.
Right.
So the immediate needs would be that. The other immediate needs are in the challenges that I feel that we really need to embrace at MARESA in our embracing, or we're in the process of embracing and need to continue to embrace, is just a communication plan, having a really strong communication strategy, and which both internal and external. I feel we need to work on that. I think we need to work on developing and continuing to align our relationship with the LEAs to meet their needs right now in this new era of, the need for blended learning. But even before this era of COVID-19, I feel that, there's just some alignment work that needs to be done to really know exactly the supports that they need, and in particular instructional practices. And also when we look at use of budgets and budget allocations, I know that we have the special education formula that we have, our in-house formula, and we need to put some work there. That's already been voiced at the administrative table and needs to be addressed. And I think just overall, there is some historical tension between, not necessarily in our local, but a kind of globally across the state, between LEAs and ISDs and the funding and the way the funding comes in and the percent of increase of funding historically that's happened over the years that's created some imbalance. And so we need to really look at, just addressing that imbalance and looking at the MARESA as a service agency, and we're here to serve the LEAs and serve the community And how do we just align that deeply so that everybody's working in harmony and collaboratively together?
Thank you. Community Relations, Board Member Jamie.
Okay, Melanie, how would you go about establishing and maintaining positive relationships with our regional community? And regional, that would be our 13 districts.
Referring to the 13 districts, I believe it is the work that I've already began during this year. And that is getting to know individuals on an individual level and really trying to reach out one-to-one or in small group settings to really personally have deep dialogue to understand where, understand where people are coming from. And in particular with our district superintendents and leadership teams, they have a deep understanding of the districts, the historical components of the district and the culture of the district, as well as where the districts want to move forward so that we can align our supports to meet their needs and individualize those. I think, we have some structures in place already that I feel need to continue and maybe even be modified and changed a little bit, but at the same time, we have some structures with meetings and collaborative times that we come together already, and those need to continue. I think also just engaging in the communities themselves so that you have an understanding, and even if that's a community event, it's not necessarily even the relationship directly to the school, but attending functions and community events in different communities to understand like a deeper essence of the culture of that community, as well as events at schools and in different districts.
Okay, the next question is maybe something you just answered. Could you share with us the ways in which you have accomplished successful communications with the community regarding your current district's challenges or points of pride?
When addressing the community, I was involved in the Lake Superior Leadership Academy this year, which gave me the opportunity to start meeting a lot of people in the community. And also I was a figure, I'm representing MARESA when I'm there. So it was very important for me to always be communicating about the positive things that are happening. I did not speak very globally about the challenges. I think a lot of our challenges are internal, and I guess I would only tailor that conversation to the correct audience, I guess. I think what a large part of what needs to be communicated more is just the identity of MARESA and what MARESA does and the services that it does complete in the community. Because I feel that there's a lack of knowledge about what the role of an ISD is, what the role of MARESA is in the community. And I think that it's just really important to be advocating for the agency and the positive role we play in the community and in education.
Okay, if selected, how would you promote the services that MARESA offers?
I think part of the promotion needs to be embedded into the communication plan so that we have a better means of communicating via technology with the website and through social media and some of the things that I feel we need to really upgrade and have a part of that package. The other would be by representing at community events and organizations and being more visible with some of the services that we do. Collaborations with communities, with other community agencies. For example, the special education department established the play groups in the Peter White Library this year. And that's a great, a tool to be in the community, but yet it's very well marked that that's a MARESA function. And so people can see that there's a bridge between the agency and into the community.
Okay, and my last question, as a regional leader, how would you keep our local districts, working together while respecting individual district agendas?
Well, I think we would need to continue to look at the commonalities that we have. And that's what bond us right now when there's particular state level challenges. whether that's budget or in the case of right now, I feel with the COVID-19 incident is a very good example of where we had a lot of common ground to work around together. And I felt the huge shift even among our administrators right now, because I am on that superintendent's team already, in the collegiality that's there amongst them. And so we really need to look at the things we can bond together on, but honor all the differences. And also too, if there's, differences enough that create barriers between people, I do feel it's the role of the intermediate school district superintendent to help navigate and help kind of communication bridges happen if there is lack of communication or communication gaps. Help with the problem solving, kind of liaison work if needed.
Thank you. Political awareness, Board Member Lowell.
All right, what do you think is the most important educational policy facing MARESA today, either at the state or the federal level?
I think probably when we look at, I know funding is going to be a very big piece of this, and policies towards state funding and how funding is distributed, whether it's through the ISD or whether it is through the coming into the state and being allocated from the federal government to the state, or whether it's coming directly from the federal government. So I definitely think that policies around funding are going to be very pressing. And I think that in our time of COVID-19 and the economy, I think we're going to have a lot more happening with that too. I also know at the state level, I feel like some of the policy that we need to look at would be some of the local policy and flexibility that we started to see emerge with COVID-19, where there's flexibility on attendance, flexibility to use like blended learning, which it sets a huge ripple effect on policies around days that we're meeting. How do we have attendance? A lot of those are going to need to shift to really embrace a new world and support, really truly support learning at any time in any place that we've been actually discussing for years, but really don't have a systemic structure in place and policy in place that fully support that.
Okay, and what impact do you feel the Michigan Department of Education is having on school districts in general?
In school districts across the state, if you are engaging in, there's a lot of Michigan Department of Education initiatives. And my experience has been based off of where I've been in, like the different positions I've been in a small rural district, in a suburban district with a tribal nation. It really, it's a two-way street. It's how much you engage with what initiatives are happening at the Michigan Department of Education. And then also too, I think we all need to realize that we are part of the Michigan Department of Education. We might not be employed by them, but we can lend them our voice and we can lend them our collaboration. And that's what I have found over the years, is if I've developed relationships. It's not a sit back and, be maybe complaining because you don't feel the MDE is doing what you need them to do. It's like, get in there and engage in the process and help with the problem solving. I've found myself personally that every time I've ever done that, I've been very well receptive. It doesn't mean that I'm necessarily changing everything that's in place to the way I want it, but I do feel that my voice has been engaged and I've been involved, and you are part of the problem solving. 31N right now is a perfect example of that. I've had a very strong voice with that, sitting on the GELM, and the State Department's on, every time we meet, and I've had lots of meetings with the person in charge of 31N and conversations with that person already. And I've shared quite a bit of voice there to help guide and lead. So it's a two-way street. And they do have some positive initiatives. I think their intent is very much the same as ours, where we want to do well for students in this state.
Okay, my last question. What has been one of the most challenging administrative decisions you've had to make? And how did you handle the reaction to this decision?
Some of the most challenging, I think, administrative decisions I've had to make is to really, it's not a challenge. I don't know if I've always viewed it as a challenge, but I view it as a, I almost feel more like it's an incentive. I like change. I'm comfortable with change. So to move an organization forward and work through change with an organization, you do have to make some administrative decisions sometimes that are not always popular. So because you're pushing people outside of their comfort zones. So I think it's, for me, like probably the biggest challenge has been is how do you keep the collaborative culture happening? So you have to attend to that very deeply. How do you start introducing things so that people are actionable and involved in the change process and have a voice in the change process and have leadership roles in the change process? Because if you don't, then it just becomes overwhelming for people. And if you do, what I have found is that you can move an organization and you can shift the mindset and shift the paradigms, but it's complex. So I think maybe that's the word I like better, not the most challenging, but it's very complex as well as challenging to do systems level change work.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Leadership attributes. Could you describe your leadership style and talk about situations in which you might vary from that style?
I've come for quite a history of training with collaboration and collaborative leadership and servant leadership. Come from a long history of that. Also a long history of instructional leadership as well as change leadership, which I've kind of mentioned already. So when you look at those different components of leadership, because there's multiple hats as a leader that you have to wear, you have to really look at how do you blend those together. And when I look at how I've done the blending work, I think it is, I believe deeply in collaborative work. I believe deeply in building the leadership capacity in others, because I see everybody within an organization as having a leadership component in that organization. I think that passion started early when, even when I worked at the Saginaw Chippewa tribe, because so much of the work we did there was building capacities in others to, you know, take charge and take charge of programs and take charge of their life. And I feel like we're doing that with students. I feel like I'm doing that when I'm building the capacity of adults in an organization. And I feel that's a huge responsibility as an administrator and as a leader that I need to take on and help pave the way with. There's also lots of really, really good resources in that. There's lots of cognitive science that backs up a lot of this work. And so I love blending all that into really creating a healthy environment to create a collaborative culture to move an organization forward.
Great. What are some examples of how you have used data and research to make important decisions in your current position?
Current position is looking at, well, we could look at the data for, and we have looked at the data on literacy. That would be an example of just looking at the different district data that we have present in Marquette and Alger County, and then using that as an analysis to look at, you know, the coaching structure and help. We worked on I worked with our current coach as well as our incoming coach to really look at a two coach service structure model. And all that was embedded in looking at where there was greater needs and less needs and using data to drive that decision making. Using a lot of community-wide as well as some school data, but a lot of it has been more of the county data at this point to start driving the conversation in the state data to look at the 31N, because the commonalities there are, it's a lot more global than just a 2-county region when we're looking at mental health services for youth. But that is very valuable to be looking at that so that we can know where some of our target areas are. I come from a long history of using data, That's part of the multi-tiered systems of support work, which is all data-driven work and data-informed work that you really need to gather data to make informed instructions to move any project forward.
What are the key practices needed to establish a good working relationship with the board, staff, local districts, parents, and members of the regional community?
I think a key component is being authentic. I think to build relationships, you have to be authentic. You have to be that person that's open and vulnerable enough in your own, and comfortable enough and confident enough that you can just be who you are. And then that, I think, helps other people feel that they can, approach you. They don't have to feel removed from you, but they can start entering into a relationship with you. I think listening skills are really important to look at the balance of, what it is that person's bringing to you, as well as what can you bring to them. I've always had a lot of, I think, success. I don't know how else to say it with building relationships. I feel like I've kept my relationships that I've established over the years. I have, all the way back to the beginning of my career, I have colleagues in education that I've maintained relationships with. But at the core of it is being authentic and being trustworthy, and also being supportive of other people. It's how we live as human beings. It's like if you reach out and you do something to support someone else, in turn, they're going to support you. And we're here to be together and support each other, not pull each other apart. And now more than ever, I feel that's needed.
Instruction and curriculum, board member Barbara.
Hi, Melanie. Please give us an example of innovative educational change or reform that you initiated that improved success of all the students, or for all students.
Yeah, the example I would like to use for that is my previous district, where I was there for 6 years, just because I was there long enough to see the outcome and the gains from doing a change initiative. When I came into Inland Lakes, as I mentioned earlier, I introduced the district to the multi-tiered systems of support structure, but I also introduced them to a lot of curriculum and instruction and assessment work that was the current work that was happening in the state. And I was already involved with a lot of state level initiatives. And so I was able to use that connection to bring that those resources to the district. So in that district, within the 6-year period, we did an alignment project where I used the formative assessment project to really have a deep dive into the formative assessment and instruction, so tier 1 instruction, as well as it just lends itself to just tier 1 best practice instructional practice outside of formative assessment as well. It just really starts that deep conversation among teachers about what is instructional practice and how do students respond to instruction and the impact that it has on students. That, and it also provides was a skill set. So that was, I used that as an on-ramp. I started the district with that. It was a district-wide project, so it brought down the barriers between the two buildings. There was an elementary building and a high school building, and they traditionally had not really spoken together or worked together. So I was able to bridge a K-12 program. I introduced professional learning communities so that we could start developing the leadership capacity, and the FAME project builds the leadership capacity. I also had affiliation with Reading Apprenticeship Network, which is a part of a statewide initiative as well. I embraced that, which once again also supported leadership, teacher level leadership, as well as instructional best practice. We introduced 5D Plus at the same time because the evaluation system, the new rollout for evaluation systems were happening in the state of Michigan. So embrace that as well to, and aligned it. We would do crosswalks between all the different professional learning we were doing so people could see that everything they were doing made sense within that 5D plus world. Same time, kind of echoing back to the data, tracking the data. We would, we began all of the structures for data team meetings for both academics and behavior, and basically just did deep level systems work that had aligned professional learning that was, aligned to really high quality professional learning. Oh, we also did a one-to-one initiative and did the TRIG grant through the state of Michigan too at the same time, which built capacity of tech coaches in leadership in that capacity. So within that 6-year period, just kind of kept laying in layers as well, and then articulating it though in the school improvement plan and the consolidated application. And I basically had my hands on, was in charge of all of that. So it was actually a very fun project because it was a small enough district that you could really do the whole project and bring everybody on board. So super exciting work. The other thing that I find even to be more exciting is I'm still very connected with the leadership in that district and the staff in that district. And I get updates and reports of how well they're continuing to move along. So that's a true testament for me for leadership, and something I've worked on my whole life, is to make sure that when I leave a situation, I'm leaving it strong. And I would say that's probably the most recent and best example where I have enough time on task that I can really see the results and the impact, obviously, on student, not only looking at just test scores, but we looked at, the culture as well as student engagement in classrooms, et cetera, and started to see that needle really move.
Good, thank you. Please describe your experience in successfully educating students with disabilities.
I have been working with students with disabilities my whole life, even though my certification is not in special education. When I worked at the Saginaw Chippewa tribe, a lot of the students there had different types of disabilities. That's part of the reason that they ended up in our school. Primarily lots of behavioral as well as physiological situations that were a barrier for the students. So embraced that for 18 years in that setting. In the whole public school district, I had, once again, as a building principal, I had to be the primary leader for special education at the building level. When I transferred into the position where I was creating a new program for Holt, part of what I did is I worked with the special education department to make sure that the new program embraced and there was continuity for students to transition between buildings and IEPs to move and goals and plans to move. So there was a lot of work with the special education department in that project. When you're looking at multi-tiered systems and support implementation, that's all about looking at systems and things that are in place and as the whole. So you're also looking at what is the special education component of that larger system. So everything's embedded in there is an awareness of special education. My really deep dive into some really direct experience would have been at Inland Lakes, once again, because of the nature and size of the district. When I came in there, I was the middle and high school principal. So, and we had no external programs. So all of the special education students were in our district, other than very few special needs students who were in a classroom in Sheboygan County in an ISD program. So had to do a lot with educating myself on special ed guidelines so I could really provide a leadership role for that, as well as trainings like START training. So I got a lot deeper understanding of working with students with autism. So really have been embedded in the process since day one with addressing the needs of special education and alternative education students and just the unique needs of everybody, because we all have unique needs. And it's really about educating individuals, educating people, and we're all human in that process. So yes, a lot of background, even though I do not have certification as a special education director.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Please explain your experience leading general ed and career and tech educational programs.
Well, in the current position I am in right now, I consult with Brian Sarvello, who is in charge of the CTE, and also you know, we have the internship and the career technology program through our transition program. So I would say in my current position, I have a lot of involvement with it from the standpoint as a team member and a collaborative administrator with some very strong administrators who are already in roles of leadership in those positions. So that's nice. I inherited a very good project there. Prior to that, if I start backing up and looking at working at Inland Lake Schools, did a lot of coordination with and had actually increased the amount of students going to the technical center in Sheboygan County, increased all the students who were going to career and technical ed type dual enrollment. And also we did a huge career and college readiness initiative, which was another thing that I laid on top of everything else that I talked about within the lakes already, to really embrace looking at pathways. I mean, we started having that dialogue about career pathways at a very early stage, even before that we started to become common language at the state level. And really, once again, viewing it as is that all students, our mission at Inland Lakes was that every student would graduate with a career or college readiness pathway well in place, with experience already in research already to be on a pathway, so that no one would leave and just kind of wondering, what am I going to do next? And I believe that's a huge mission to have, and we need to have that statewide, because that's ultimately what we need to see, that continuity. The day they walk across the stage, they are not done with us. And so we need to really, really continue that. It's one of the things I've found to be very appealing about the position at MARESA when I was interviewed and hired for the Associate Superintendent of General Education. The fact that all of that was embraced in this position was actually very appealing and very exciting to me.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Finances and operation, Board Member Paula?
Paula, if you would kindly unmute your, that's okay.
Mute. Can you hear me now?
I can hear
Yes,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Melanie, please describe your experience with budget development, financial management, bonds, sinking funds, and millages at a local and or regional level.
So lots of background with budgets. And if I do a little bit of a historical background again, when I worked at the tribe, I mean, we are looking at a tribal government and a lot of federal funding. And so I was very involved then with funding sources that are outside of what I have dealt with in the public school arena. The other part of the training that I had at the tribe was also doing performance-based budgeting. And so we had quarterly reports that we had to do. And it was just a structure that was very different that I've never ran into again. But I think it gave me a really solid foundation because the accountability was very high with the budgeting there. I brought that forward into, I've ran building level budgets for years as a building administrator. I've collaborated on the central office teams in basically all the districts that I've worked in to help manage the budgets, not only for the local building that I would be in, but also for the overall district. I have been a federal and state programs grant coordinator. I did that for Inland Lake Schools. So that brought in a whole nother level of knowledge on how do all these things blend together. Now in the MARESA position, that has added a whole nother layer of knowledge to the not only the ISD level funding, but also the multiple grants. I have 4 spreadsheets of different budgets and funding and grants and everything that you look at those interrelationships and coordinating that. Yeah, quite a broad history of managing it and looking at it too through, I am not coming in from a business background with having that degree. Same thing again, I'm not coming in with a special education degree, but I'm very business minded and I'm very organizational management minded. And I also feel that what I really bring to the table when I'm working with a leadership team around budget and finance is the instructional voice, because I feel like that's a hat that I always keep on, is the need for instructional practices and keeping that focus there, which I think sometimes can get lost at a finance table if that voice isn't there strong, is the instructional leadership piece.
In tough financial times, how would you set priorities when there are competing interests at local and regional levels?
It's not the first time that I've had to come to a table and look at, or there is more than one time, I should say, that I've had to come to a table and really look at exactly that. Some of it goes back to looking at the data. What is the data telling us, and what are the things that we need to be focusing on that helps guide where does the money need to be focused. We also want to always look at, like, what is the most least impactful to interrupt what's happening for students. You're either looking at improving the student experience, or you're looking at not interrupting programs that are already in place that are serving students successfully. So you need to keep that lens in mind. At the ISD level, we need to also keep that in mind, even though we might not be direct on, like, it's a little bit different than building level problem solving. But yet we need to, like, also solve those problems at the MARESA level too, to support the LEAs, because a lot of the decisions we make at the MARESA table are going to impact the LEAs in Marquette and Alger County. But once again, you're looking at data, you're keeping students at the forefront, and you're keep looking at the immediate. You're looking at the midterm, and you're looking at long range too. You can't ever let the sight of any of those components go, because you always have to be looking at all of them at the same time.
What ideas might you explore to increase resources for the MARESA?
Yeah, some ideas that I know we have been already speaking about at the leadership table, and I would definitely like to explore more, is, as a service agency, what are some things that we can do, or services that we can provide that allow for revenue to come back in? So there's a component there that we could continue to develop. I think as we continue to look at creative use of funds, as well as pursue some deeper grant funding in some different categories. Just as an observation, even in the general education department, we just went through a deep cycle of grant renewal, involved with multiple projects on that the last few weeks. And even though it's ongoing, this is a big time of year for that. We still are really, like, seeking some grants that are, I think, historical grants that we've relied on with MARESA, which we need to continue to explore. But I do think that we could really, like, broaden our scope of the types of grants and the different types of things that we could look for, and spend some time on that. Also looking at any types of, I mean, we have a very good project going on right now where we serve fiduciary responsibility for some different agencies, and some of which is the State Department, Michigan Department of Ed. And I think that anything that we can do to have a look at avenues that we could explore there and offers that level of services at a deeper level, that is where you could really increase the financial revenues in a ISD.
Thank you. Staff and Personnel Board Member Shelley.
Gotta remember the unmute part.
Sorry.
Hi, Melanie.
Hi. Sorry.
Please describe your most successful experience in building a peak performance work team.
I've had actually really great experiences, so I'm just trying to think about which one. Every situation I've been in, I will say I feel that I've built a very high functioning team. I have not been at MARESA long enough to really, like, flesh that out, so I will journey back into a little bit more of my history. But I will state that I have inherited some leadership and some teamwork at MARESA that's so well established, and the collaborative nature of the MARESA team already is outstanding. I also, that's part of my motivation to apply for the superintendency. It's probably one of the primary motivators to apply for the superintendency, because I recognize the qualities that are there, and I would love to take a leadership role to encourage that, develop it, and increase it. I will echo back to my most recent position at Inland Lakes. I've already spoke quite a bit about Inland Lakes, but at the same time, I think to accomplish all the layers that we accomplished at Inland Lakes in a 6-year period, I had to work first on relationships, and I had to work first on building collaborative culture, because that is like the lead component underneath all of it. Because you can't do the level of work and take the level of risks and take the level of challenge on and create sustainability over time unless you really, really develop a collaborative culture in which everybody has to contribute at some level. There's norms in place for collaboration, and those are expectations. And if people are outliers in that, you have to be working with them one-on-one to bring them into the fold. And basically, it's not acceptable not to collaborate. And so that's just fundamental to being able to move an organization forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How would you hold all staff and MARESA departments accountable for results?
I think it's very important to have periodic update meetings and budget. Like I mentioned back at the tribe, we had quarterly budget reviews. It was accountability reports. If you look at like a business model or the Microsoft model, it's highly reliant on people having to come in and report to report out on what projects are. And it's part of like a project management strategy. I think that that is an area that we could really do some tightening up and do some work with at MARESA, because we have some beautiful projects going on. I don't feel that everybody always knows what everybody's doing. So that's the other benefit of this, that management, is that you can really help communicate all the different projects that are going on in that structure. When a body has to report out and really articulate what it is that they're doing and set goals ahead of time, as well as deadlines ahead of time, and then report out on that, accountability increases greatly. If you look at some of the research on the work around motivating people and management, another big component of this is adults need to be allowed autonomy to work, autonomy and the ability to achieve mastery. That's a huge motivator for the individual as well as for an organization. So once again, you need to provide that structure of this is what needs to get accomplished, but you need to allow within that creativity and flexibility and autonomy so that people have a desire to take on the role and do it and don't feel that they're being dictated to. So it's a balance. The other piece of it I feel too is, and I've relied on this my whole life, is that I feel I've always worked really hard, and I always try to work harder than everybody else is working around me, because that way everybody I found wants to work up to your pace. So there is, I think, a huge role in the leadership position to set that pace. And if you're highly accountable as a leader, that echoes into expecting accountability from others. And what I've found that those two just marry very tightly, and I don't have to get into a bunch of micromanaging accountability when I lead through that avenue. And then clearly we have structures in place and contracts and evaluation systems and things like that that are also, if those are executed appropriately and as per dictated and followed through on and done in a positive way and in an encouraging way, even if it's in the nature of refining someone's skills or redirecting someone's skills. We need to use those tools, and we need to use those effectively, because they're there for that purpose too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What has been your experience with collective bargaining?
My direct experience with collective bargaining would have been assisting at Inland Lakes. I assisted the superintendent with when we went through some of the collective bargaining agreements, renewals, and I gave voice to the process as a building principal, just simply sharing what I felt my needs were that I needed to see change, you know, possibly in a collective bargaining agreement. But I also did it through the lens of the district lens of the conversations that we needed to have at the district level to help refine that. At Holt, I did a small amount of that work. I was brought into an individual, I was on a couple different subcommittees. One in particular, I was on the subcommittee for teacher evaluations. So when it became time for collective bargaining around that area and some of the language that was going to be contractual language in the agreement regarding how the process of evaluation would take place, I did sit in on that, that part of the bargaining conversation. And then the other lens I would have on collective bargaining is the work that you do to not necessarily directly at the table, but I as a building administrator, I always worked very closely with whoever my union leads were and had them be part of the leadership structure in the building. So the more you work collaboratively and do that work 24/7 every day, you don't have all this tension when it comes to a collective bargaining table. And the more that you understand like what the needs are of your constituents in your organization, even if there's some differences, the more you have knowledge of each other's positions, it's two-way street. You need to understand how their needs need to be met and how they feel valued. At the same time, they need to have some understanding of finances and the restraints that an organization might have of why they can't give everything to someone at the bargaining table. So it's really about relationships that are ongoing 24/7, 365 days a year, and then having those seasonal meetings where you have to sit down and really draft that document.
Thank you.
Mhm.
One last question.
Sure.
As a regional leader, explain examples of how you would be visible throughout the MARESA.
What I'd like to be able to do, and more than I have even been able to do as a general education associate superintendent, is be in districts and be visible and visit different locations. I've been able to do some of that work, but not to the level that I'd like, just simply because of the workload and all the other things that you have going on. But I think that that has to be a big portion of it. Everybody should not have to, I mean, MARESA is a hub, absolutely is a hub for our 2-county region. But as MARESA agents, we need to be able to go out and be out into the LEAs and out into the different communities. A lot of the consultants get to do that on a daily basis. The higher up you go as an administrator, sometimes the more difficult that gets. So I think we have to really make a conscious effort to do that. I also feel that just the MARESA organization needs to be more visible too, and more in the community, and acknowledged as a community. I think it's just the definition of it, and kind of what I mentioned earlier in the interview about the general population does not understand what a RESA or an ISD is. And I usually, when I'm communicating, I have to kind of articulate that for people. So I think it's going to be really important for us to articulate that well. And that's part of the goal of the communication plan project that we already have established. And if we're talking about just the community at large and not just LEAs, once again, just being involved in projects that maybe are more local and global, or committees and organizations that are having impact on different components, whether it's health or environmental impact or the arts, that are broader community impact based, and bridging the LEAs into the community projects. I have a lot of ideas of how that could work for arts, just because that's an area of passion for me. And I'd love to see a deeper bridge between the arts programs in the school and acknowledging the arts programs at the LEA level and the art teachers at the inside of buildings, and then bringing the youth art into the community at a deeper level, and just bridging those worlds more. And I think that all that intermixes and overlaps. And I'm just using the arts as an example. That could happen with environmental projects, health projects, some of which we already have a really nice foundation started with MARESA already. So it'd really be piggybacking on some of the great work that's already going on and magnifying it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie, if I may just add, I'm the timekeeper, and I just want you to know, great job, everybody. Great job. I mean, that was, we have 15 minutes before break, but that was just absolutely the body of questions. And to get through that, that was really good timing for the first interview of this process. And so I just want to say we are on schedule, on time, and my hat is tipped to all of you. So President Shaw,
Yes, thank you so much, Melody, for those responses. And at this time, do you have any questions for the MARESA Board of Education?
Yes, I do. A couple questions that I would really like to explore with you right now are kind of echoing on some of the questions you asked me. When you're looking for a leader for the organization, I get what I would really love is just maybe an individual statement from each of you to just get a feel from you individually, like what is that quality that, and obviously gear it toward leadership, but it may be also geared toward a personality trait that you feel is like one of the most authentic pieces that you feel you need to see in a leader and who you want to collaborate with as a leader.
I can start.
I would just coach up the board that if you're not comfortable answering that question, simply state to the candidate, that's a great question. Be happy to get back to you. Very, very good question. Thank you.
Well, I was going to answer the question. And then I'll do a roll call if anybody wants to. And if not, we can get back to Melanie with that question. But I will just say on my behalf, I am looking for somebody who is a collaborator and wants to be ingrained in the community that we live in.
Thank you, Julie.
Paula, do you want to go?
Yes, we have struggled for, and it's not unlike any, as you mentioned, RESAs or ISDs, Melanie. We've struggled for years to establish our value with the community and our value with the locals and especially the local superintendents. We've had some strained relationships there, and to me, a leader that has the integrity and the honesty to be able to develop that trustworthiness with our local superintendents and with our community is very important to me.
Great, thank you.
Shelley, would you like to have the opportunity?
I would. I would echo both of what Julie and Paula just said as well. But the thing that kind of rose to the top for me was innovation. That look at what's coming at us that we don't even really know yet. I know overall our RESA, the UP, the people up here, we've kind of been in the front edge of a lot of innovation in this state. Things that we get ahead of, and then people follow us. So I know that we already have some of that here, but I know that there's more out there. Going back to a comment that you made to answer one of the questions was about, how do you educate that student anywhere, anytime, and then recognizing that our students aren't just children. They're not just the, birth to 26, that some of our students are also these adults who are teaching them, the principals and the superintendents in districts who are leading those districts. So to look at that, everyone is our audience, and then how do we have that leader that can lead that? So, it's maybe a bigger picture look at stuff, but I guess that's, for me, in a nutshell, that, do it really easily. Haha.
Thank you, Shelley. I appreciate that. I mean, that was broad but spot on. Absolutely. Thank you.
Barbara.
Okay, I agree with everything that's been said. The only other thing I would add to that, Paula, Shelley, you remember June Schaefer. She was like the little engine that could, and she was always here, there, everywhere. She had relationships with all of the districts. You never knew where she was going to turn up. And that's to me is very important.
Great. Thank you.
Jamie.
Can you hear me? I think I have my thing on. Okay. Yeah, Melanie, I'm gonna piggyback on all those comments as well. I guess somebody who can juggle, and of course this having experience with all the districts, you know, and having experience as a district superintendent gives them, you know, they have to juggle this stuff all the time, and I would be looking for the same kind of leadership that our current district superintendents are already dealing with, as far as how they do that, and how you work with them to establish a good rapport.
Great. Thank you, Jamie.
And Lowell.
Short and sweet, accountability, and leading by example with a personality that will deliver everything.
And a big smile, right, Lowell? Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your feedback because thank you. I appreciate that very much. Do we have time for one more question, Mike, from me before I do a closing statement, or would you like me to? I just want to make sure we're timely here.
Yeah, I've got 4:19, so you do have time, but you know, it's up to the discretion of President Shaw and the board. But yeah, you do have time, and so yeah, fire away. I think.
Yep.
For sure.
So this may be more of a collective question, and I don't know if you want to answer it individually or as a group. That's up to you. But it's really that I would be really interested in knowing. I know, you know, some of our vision of, you know, advocate, innovate, collaborate. That's echoing as you guys are talking. And clearly, you know, I was part of that process. So in developing that, so I understand that. But when I really look at taking a leadership role on for the agency and working deeply with the board, because that's a critical relationship, is the relationship between the superintendent and the board, to really move it. It's that balance between maintaining the beauties of historical culture, which I feel like there's a rich historical culture, not only at MARESA, but when I go out into the districts and I'm working in the districts and I hear about their traditions and what they're proud of. That's what comes out, is that deep cultural pride of location. It's very location oriented. And I know MARESA holds that too as an agency, and I would want to always continue to maintain that and embrace that, but balanced with that slide of moving toward innovation and toward change and best practice that's state of the art, so that we're shining gem across the whole, you know, state. And as far as I'm concerned, nation, that's an area that we could develop ourselves into, is like more on the national level. I feel that's one thing that we haven't done as much. But at the same time, and then also just be pushing for innovative and change that drives deeply into the two counties, that is very supportive in the LEAs, and also engages the LEAs in that process and getting us there. So it's not something we're doing to them, but we would have, you know, the process be built together. As the superintendent working with the board, I would really want to get a feel from you on like that sliding scale of maintaining tradition and staying really tight, because there's some folks that they just want to keep the status quo going. You know what I mean? It's not a change thing. It's a, how can you maintain what the things are that are here, versus how can you maintain but yet get that slider moving so that things are moving in a more direction. So the question, after I framed it in that conversation there, or that dialogue, is how aggressive do you feel you want that slider to be moving? Or how much of it on a scale, I guess, of 1 to 10, between 1 is deeply historical to 10 is innovative and change agent on steroids, where do you see yourself as a board feeling that your comfort level is with that?
So I'm going to leave that open for anybody who wants to answer it. If somebody does not answer in a short period of time, Melanie, we collectively will get together and give you a response to that question. Good question. Great question.
I know for myself, Melanie, I've always felt it with this board that we've talked about innovation, innovation, and innovation, and I am just extremely comfortable with it. And I think that's the future of MARESA's. We have got to be innovative, and we've got to be creative, and we've got to look at different ways to educate students and to develop our LEAs and to find financial resources. I think innovation is our future.
Great, thank you for your feedback, Paula.
I'd just like to say that I think it determines it. The issue is going to determine if we're going to innovate or kind of stay the same. I think it's hard to say in a general statement of how we want to be. I think we need to look at each individual issue. Some things make sense to change, other things don't. So I think it's hard to paint it with a broad brush.
Thanks for that perspective, Lowell. Yeah.
Sort of agree with, I'm sorry, I sort of agree with Lowell on that as far as moving ahead or whether staying the same. I think we definitely need to move ahead, whether it's on steroids or whatever. I think we need I think we do need to change in some aspects, and not consider business as usual necessarily. I think we need that's the innovation I think that I'd be looking at.
Great.
I would add that our board has a history of moving forward when something is brought to us that makes good sense. And I would go back to for instance, we're named a RESA instead of an ISD, and that's kind of a minor thing, but it's something that meant something to us, that we wanted to be known as a educational service agency. But I think back to the move that June Schaefer made many years ago that put students back in their home districts or back into the areas of their home districts. And, that's unlike a lot of ISDs still in the state, that we educate our students that way. It was done for all the right reasons. It was really innovative at the time, and a lot of people thought we were making a mistake. But I think for those students who ended up closer to home for their education, it was the right thing to do. I think that the work that we're doing with tech and some of the work that began years ago with, I want to say, like Tony Ebley, and the things that we've just done more recently, even the middle college. I mean, all of these types of things were brought to us by staff, and the board has been very supportive. We do probably want some sort of accountability built into it. We want to make sure that we can afford to do this, that we have the capacity to do that the funding will be there. So there's those questions that kind of come up that make sense, but I think our board has a history of being open and willing to move. And I don't know that I'd say on everything. I probably could think of a couple things that we've sort of said, well, wait a minute, maybe not that. But overall, I think we've been pretty proactive in that way.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. And thank you for those questions, Melanie. Oh, Barb, did you want to say something? Sorry.
I was just going to say, I agree with Shelley. I think change is good. Innovation, absolutely. we just have to make sure that we are doing what people want us to do and not go way off the train. And I think we've done that. So,
Thank you. Great questions, Melanie. Thank you for those. And at this time, I would like to remind audience members that questions for second round interviews or comments may be sent to MLI Regional President Mike Hill at lakerdad68@gmail.com. And now, Melanie, if you have, we have a few minutes left. Is there anything you'd like to add as a closing statement for us?
I would. I'd just like to open with first is thank you very much for this opportunity to interview. I appreciate your confidence in me and just knowing me the bit of time that you've known me since I came on board to MARESA. To consider me for the superintendency is a real honor, and I appreciate that very much. And, you know, acknowledge that, you know, I'm in a pool of candidates, so you've got a nice pool of candidates, and I'm just as excited about that as well, because I'm excited about being at MARESA, no matter what role I'm in, and I want to continue to have this agency be super strong and moving forward, and a really deeply collaborative culture that's positive for everybody to work in, and that we're creating good things for all of our LEAs and all of the students in our 2-county region. I just want you to know that I stepped forward to apply for the superintendency just because I do have that level of commitment and passion to the agency, and I have that level. I mean, I would love to be the next superintendent of MARESA, and I would love to be able to embrace that challenge and take that project on. I love the position I'm in, but I would love to take the leadership position and work with all of you and just really embrace this project and really, really have fun with it, but also be super accountable. Lowell, I agree with you. Accountability is very important. And also creative. I feel like there's the potential here to, you know, there's such a great foundation at MARESA, and there's so much potential for creativity and innovation and all the things to educate, advocate, collaborate, and innovate. You know, our big 4 huge things that we know really define us, and how do you just take that and maximize on the deep history and the culture that we have. I think I'm a great candidate for this position. I come to you with years and years of experience, and experience at multiple different levels, like I've explained in the interview, you know, a federal tribal situation to small rural to large suburban that's twice the size of our biggest district that we have. I have lots of relationships that are already established throughout the state. I have relationships with all the UP superintendents as the director of the Upper Peninsula Center for Educational Development, the role that I've played with that this year. So I feel that, you know, the relationships to, all right, I'm ahead of the game on that because I don't have to create new relationships or come in cold. I feel like I have a really great start on that. And I feel like that is a key piece. Also, just even more locally, the relationship for a continuity plan to work with Debbie Veit. I've worked closely with Debbie all year. She has done nothing but be supportive of me and then just feed me knowledge and feed me information and you know, allow me or invite me to attend the Association for Educational Service Agencies conference with the intent in mind that it would increase my knowledge of the ISDs and RESA roles in the country as well as in the, you know, across the state. So I just also had the opportunity to do the Lake Superior Leadership Academy, and that was something also that Debbie invited me to do, so that there's already been this continuity that I feel that I've gained so much knowledge from the organization, and not just Debbie, from Tammy Meehan, from Kevin when he was here, and now Tony, now that he's here, and Chris Valama. I have like all the, and Renee, even though Renee's now gone, but I've learned volumes from all of them. So I just feel that continuity that is already there for us. And I also I feel that just a really strong commitment to not only the MARESA organization, but just being in the Marquette community, in Marquette and Alger counties. I know you're familiar that I have, you know, property over in Alger County, so I have a little bit more of that. My love goes into Alger a little bit, but yet I'm really like embracing and loving the city of Marquette, and obviously Marquette County, and just really want to be in the community and stay. I also am, I'm not done as an educator. I mean, I'm not moving into seeking a superintendency because I'm a ladder climber and I'm just trying to get to the top for the last 3 years. I've got a lot longer than 3 years to do yet in education, and would love to commit for a long haul position in that, as long as you would want me to be in the position for stability purposes. And I just feel that I have a lot of really strong background to support. It kind of goes back to that educate and advocate, collaborate and innovate. When I look at those 4 words, I have deep historical background in all of those areas with doing projects and having strong instructional leadership skills in all those capacities. So I think I would be an excellent superintendent for the Marquette Algerisa. I would love to be, and I would love to have that opportunity.
Thank you.
Too.
We do appreciate your interest in this leadership position. And if needed, we expect to conduct second round interviews in May.
Okay.
This will be discussed and based on the current shelter-in-place executive order. Mike Hill of MLI will contact all first-round candidates on Thursday this week, April 30th. On behalf of our proud region, thank you.
And thank you, everyone. I appreciate it very much. And the
Okay,
audience
great.
as well.
Great job, everybody. Yeah, great job. I've got 4:33, so your next candidate will be in the green room ready at 4:45. So take a quick break, and board members, you're going to get sick of me saying this, but no deliberations behind or anything like that. Just take your notes, and at the end of the evening tomorrow, we'll decide, okay, where do we want to go from here in terms of next steps. So great job, everybody. Very, very proud of all of you. So Madam President, I think we stand adjourned until, 10 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Jamie, take a look at my background. Oh, you're muted.
I actually have 2 doors like that myself. That's amazing. Did you guys do that yourself? Wow. Yeah, I did this I did this a few years ago because my kids needed someplace to be. So this is,
Actually, I have to admit, my husband did it.
God, it looks just it almost looks exactly like mine. Look, let me see if I can do this. See my ceiling?
Oh, yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, that's fun. Thank you.
You bet.
Julie, this is Mike. I just want to congratulate you. That was probably the smoothest Zoom interview, first round, that I've been on. And I've been in
You.
4 different districts right now. So that, for the first one, you know, there's going to be some bumps and turbulence and stuff, but that went very well. So, you know,
Fingers crossed, number 2 goes as well, hey?
I know it is. It's a journey. But you know, it's all thanks to Monica. You know?
Right.
Just so everyone knows, our next candidate is in the waiting room.
Okay.
Thought I'd
Okay.
wait till our other board members get back. I sent him a message letting him know that the board was on a short break and we would be resuming momentarily.
And
Thank
I've
you.
got 4 minutes. I've got 4:41 right now. So everyone has 4 minutes. Shelley, come on now, Shelley.
Gotta get my yawn in.
It's okay.
I'll probably just over here tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. I'm whistling sticks.
Is anyone taking notes like I am? And I hope that's not rude. That's the only way I'll remember who does what or says what. That's okay, right, Mike?
Yeah, I think what you want to do is definitely take notes, because at the end, after tomorrow, you're going to want to talk about where do we go from here, and hopefully you have those notes. And yeah, definitely. And I just try to encourage and coach board members to look back on the profile of the points of pride and the selection criteria, because that's something that you want to keep in front of you and just see, because that's the stakeholders talking. And so, but yeah, definitely take notes. That's huge.
I've also been taking notes.
Good.
I just know he coached us on paying attention to the person when they're speaking, and I'm hoping that I'm not looking down too frequently to write the notes. That's all I was worried about.
Yeah, and it's hard, and that's the hard thing about doing this type of video interview and being in the moment with the candidate. But I will tell you, the board is doing a great job. And if I was sitting as a candidate, I would be very, very happy and pleased with interaction from board members. You're doing a great job.
Okay, it looks like all of the board members are back now. And our candidate is in the waiting room. So if everyone is comfortable, if you want to give me a thumbs up, I will bring them in.
I'm good.
Thumbs up, thumbs up. Barb, are we good? Thumbs up. All right.
Welcome, Dr. Cobertus.
I don't see him.
He's there.
Oh, there he is. Welcome, Dr. Kilbertus. And on behalf of Marquette Elger Regional Educational Service Agency, or MARESA, we would like to welcome you as a candidate for the leadership position.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. My name is Julie Shaw, and I'm the MARESA Board President. This is my 7th year on the MARESA Board, and I served 12 years on the local board at the Gwinn Area Community Schools. in my local community. And I'm going to have each board member introduce themselves to you briefly. And I'm going to start with Shelley.
Hi, I'm Shelley Ovink, and I live in the Nice Community School District. I was on that local board for 12 years, and I've been on the MARESA board since 1997. Welcome.
Thank you.
Paula.
I'm off mute. Hello, welcome. I'm Paula Sari, and I'm from Marquette. And I was on my local Marquette board for 8 years, and I've been on the MARESA board for a little over 20 years. And I was also on the Michigan Association of School Boards for 20 years.
Very good.
And Barb. Barb, just a reminder to take yourself off mute, please.
Atta girl.
I thought I had it.
No, you got it. Thank you, Barb.
I'm Barb Herman. I'm from the Munising District. I was on the Munising board for about 16 and a half years and upwards of 20 years on the MARESA board. So been around a little bit.
Thanks, Barb. And Jamie.
Hi, Jay. I'm Jamie Randall. I live in Marquette. I'm on the Marquette area public schools school board. I've been the vice president. Been there about 4 years. A couple more years left on my term. I've been with MARESA now for a little, going on a full year and going into my second year. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Jamie. And Lowell.
Hi, Jay. Lowell Larson, live in Negaunee Township with the Negaunee Public Schools, and I've been on the MARESA board since last summer.
And Jay, unfortunately, one of our board members, Steve Norman, is unable to be here with us this evening, but he has been on the school board probably as long as Shelley and Barb and Paula, so over 20 years as well.
You could make that almost combined.
Yeah, I think he said 40 years at one point, didn't he?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
So he's our historian, so
Wow.
you will get to meet him hopefully at some point. The interview may take up to 75 minutes. There will be approximately 25 questions. And near the end, we will give you, our candidate, an opportunity to ask questions of the board. Questions may be submitted by our audience watching and will be considered for round 2 candidates. To our audience, please email your questions to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Mike Hill, at lakerdad68@gmail.com. Also, comments may be submitted to the same email address. An opportunity will be provided for you to also have a closing statement at the end. And so I'm going to open up with the questions. While we have had the opportunity to review your experience and credentials, our audience has not. Would you briefly review your background and what causes you to be interested in this position at this point in your career?
Sure. I started out as a classroom teacher. I was a teacher and coach for 10 years. Absolutely loved it. Was raising a family. I met my wife in college. I guess I'll back up a little bit. I had moved 13 times before high school in 13 different states. Met my wife at Northern. We got married. She had moved 3 times before high school and never left the city limits of Marquette. So we got married on a Saturday, opened our gifts on a Sunday, and I was coaching football on a Monday down in Manistee, an hour south of Traverse City. So we did that for about 9 years, every long weekend, every holiday, back to Marquette. At some point, you know, while you're teaching, you're also working on staying certified. I was able to get a master's degree at Northern. We were back for many of the summers. Never really had an interest in going into administration. I wasn't even really sure what it was. But at some point, my wife said, hey, maybe we should move back to the UP. Her folks were getting older, my folks were getting older. I just couldn't conceive of teaching anywhere else. I loved my job, I loved my students, I loved everything about it. So I thought I'd look into administration. As it happens, Escanaba had an assistant principal vacancy. I applied, a buddy of mine was engaged to someone from Escanaba, so I figured, oh, it must be meant to be. Made the trip, did the interview, got the job offer. He broke up with the girl, we moved to Escanaba, and that started my transition 20 years ago now into administration. So I was a building principal for 10 years, and now I've been a superintendent. I got hired as the building principal in Gladstone in 2000. I've been the superintendent here for 13 years. 5 years into that, I also became the superintendent of our neighbor Rapid River Public Schools. They had made a transition to a part-time superintendent, and then that person retired. They were looking for a part-time superintendent. It seemed doable at the time. Thankfully, I didn't know what I didn't know. But I figured over 3 or 4 years, we would figure things out. It's been 8 years. And since that start of it, we've just continued to find ways to maximize efficiencies, you know, one technology director, one food service director, one bus mechanic, just a lot of ways of, you know, we've crashed the backside of our business office. So, and we located that out at Rapid River. A whole lot of economies of scale and efficiencies to the benefit of both districts. So that's kind of the progression of my jobs. My interests have always been in finding better ways to meet the needs of kids. I enjoyed doing that as a classroom teacher, but that gave me the hunger to try more, do more, and that's what led me into administration. Thoroughly enjoyed being a high school principal. I'm convinced that's probably the best job to have, because you have some semblance of control over your destiny, but you're still close enough to kids. The superintendency is another step away from that, but I do get, you know, to spend time at Cameron Elementary. It's a K-2 building, walk around with scissors and open up Go-Gurts and string cheese just to reconnect with kids. Over the course of my career, like I mentioned, got my master's, got my doctorate through Central Michigan. Enjoyed having my kids who were in school, who were school aged, watch me have to study and learn and write papers and write papers and write more papers. But that opened a lot of doors and created a lot of connections. So I'm excited about a lot of the potential and possibility that I see at MARESA through the connections that already exist up there with UPCED, the closeness of Northern Michigan University, the central hub as it is, you know, being part of the Central UP. So given all of those things, and in reading the announcement, looking at the selection criteria, I felt I might be able to be a candidate.
Thank you. Based upon your research, tell us about MARESA and what you believe are the most immediate challenges.
Let's, like most ISDs or RESAs, it's hyphenated because it involves 2 counties. So you've got Marquette County, essentially with 3 school districts that are gaining students through schools of choice: Marquette, Nice, and Negaunee, and a number of school districts that are negatively impacted through school choice. That's an issue because that impacts the level of collaboration, the amount of cooperation. You've also have one, you know, the largest school district in the UP and several of the smallest school districts in the UP, and you're trying to meet their needs. On the other hand, with Alger County, Munising, Superior Central, more of your typical sized small school districts, but they have their own challenges. But with Autrain, Onoda, and Grand Marais, they're bumping into economies of scale with 30 students. It's hard to be able to offer everything that students want and need. So I think probably the biggest challenge in MARESA's mission is how do you meet the needs of those busy, active, engaged, offer everything possible, large, bustling school districts, and also reach out and meet the needs and be responsive to those small districts who have a whole different set of circumstances.
Thank you. Community Relations, Board Member Jamie.
Yeah, to make sure I was unmuted there. Hey Jay, how would you go about establishing and maintaining positive relationships with our regional communities? There are 13 of them.
I think it's important to be present. A lot of community outreach is just about shoe leather, being out there, spending time in those communities, getting to know what their issues are, having a conversation about what their needs are and what programming MARESA has to offer. It's not just being available, but it's also being approachable. So having some sense of what the possible programming opportunities are, and then being willing to share. It's not about public relations, it's about genuine engagement, having that dialogue. You know, the nice thing is I'm a people person. I like to talk to people. I like to hear their story. I think we can learn a lot when we take the time to listen, to find out what people are interested in, what they're passionate about, and what they're willing to work towards. And then by having enough of those conversations, you can start to pair different partners up. You can form a coalition, you can get people working together. And that, I think, is a big step in trying to take this widespread geographic area and get people more towards the same page.
Okay, so could you share with us ways in which you have accomplished successful communications with the community regarding your current district's challenges or points of pride?
Well, I think you can never communicate too much. There's always a need to get information out. And when you're getting that information out, it has to be accessible and understood. It's not just about providing information. It's not charts and graphs. Sometimes it's telling your story, but it's always about finding time to listen and listening to understand, not just listening with the intent to reply. On the leadership side, it's even important that we take that a step further, because we also have to be able to hear what isn't said. And that's important a lot of times with community outreach, because oftentimes people are willing to tell you what they're thinking about, but they don't know what they don't know. And not everyone knows the programs that you offer, the services that you can provide, and the resources that you can bring to bear. So it's listening to what their interests are and what they say their needs are, and also being very careful to pay attention to what's not being said and how you might be able to fill in those gaps. Locally, we saw a need in a number of areas. We had a need from our local manufacturers. They were telling us that students they didn't want to say the soft skills, but they said 21st century skills. They needed to show up on time. They needed to pass a drug test. They needed to pay attention, put down their phones, show up when they were supposed to, work all day and not have their mother call them. So we put a program together to meet their needs. And we wanted to make sure that the people that went through this program were certifiably workforce ready. And we created benchmarks and we created metrics. And when they went into the program, they had to demonstrate that they had these skills. So then when they got our stamp of approval, then our local employers knew that they weren't starting back behind square one. They could hit the ground running with these students who wanted to work. So it's having the meeting, having the dialogue, paying attention, and putting a plan in place with some way to measure your progress.
Thank you. If selected, how would you promote the services MARESA offers?
I think you have to identify who your target audience is. MARESA offers a variety of services, whether it's gen ed, special ed, preschool programming, CTE, the technology services that provide, and even now with the business services. So figuring out who your target audience is, having a dialogue to determine what their needs are. There might not be a match, but they might be doing something that MARESA can learn from, or MARESA might be able to hook them up with someone else who has a similar situation. So it's not always about providing the solution as much as it's providing the connection.
Okay, as a regional leader, how would you keep local districts working together while respecting individual district agendas?
That's a tough balancing act. And I think part of that solution is identifying mutual areas of concern and small things where you can get small wins. Because of this manufactured competition with school of choice, it's hard for some districts to work with their closest neighbors because they're competing for kids on the same street. We understand that, but it's still in everyone's best interest to maximize teaching and learning, to work with teachers to make sure that they're getting better, to reach out to students to make sure that their needs are met. So they still have universal areas of interest, and those ones that are the low-hanging fruit is where you start. You identify a couple of easily accessible projects where they can begin to just have a combined interest. They have some input, they work together, and there's some success. And then you can build on that success to some of the more complicated issues that we bump into the competition factor.
Thank you.
Political awareness, Board Member Lowell.
Thank you. What do you think is the most important educational policy facing MARESA today, either at the state or the federal level?
It's probably the federal issue that surrounds special education. We've got special education law that at the federal level, everyone has to follow. Now there's state guidance, but the vast majority of the work that's directly done at MARESA deals with special education, whether it's early on, whether it's the transition programming. So following that, making sure that all of the programming is in place, all of the outreach is there, all of the supports are in place. So many districts have so many disparate needs, and MARESA is there to support each of them in all of those different areas, whether it's speech and language, PT and OT, it could be hearing impaired, vision impaired. All of those different needs come at a considerable cost. And if there's one student in one district that has a need, now that's on MARESA's agenda, and it's something that they're trying to support. So paying attention to that federal law that's handed down, and when the decisions are made in Washington, they don't always translate well to one-to-one in front of a student. But making sure that the programming is in place, so you've got layers of people that are monitoring and evaluating, you've got layers of people that are providing direct service, you've got other people that are supporting and acting as go-between. So it's a very, very complicated ecosystem, and I think that's probably the primary area of focus for MARESA.
Okay. What impact do you feel the Michigan Department of Education is having on school districts in general?
Interesting question, and I think there's been a transition over time. It started under Brian Whiston, where there was a movement towards supporting districts, figuring things out, problem solving, working together. So there wasn't, it wasn't always about compliance issues and monitoring issues. That's all well and good, but again, when decisions are made 6 hours away, they don't always translate exceptionally well one-on-one to students. With Michael Rice there now, I knew Brian very well. I've worked with Michael. He's a great guy from Kalamazoo, and he means very well. He's got a wonderful vision, I think, for moving Michigan forward. Because of his background in Kalamazoo, he understands the struggle of special education, career tech, English language learners, at-risk students, students in poverty. So all of those items that are important to us, because those students that need us the most are the ones that we need to do the most for. And I think at this point, the direction that the department is heading is positive.
And my last question, what has been one of the most challenging administrative decisions you have made? And how did you handle the reaction to this decision?
Kind of an emotionally charged question for me. And it wasn't just one decision, but really kind of a series of decisions. I had to face up to misanalyzing an entire situation. And then being very publicly taken to task for that situation, owning it, learning from it, and then most importantly, rebuilding trust after the fact. The issue that I'm talking about is when our early middle college programs were closed. There's a complicated backstory that would take too long for this venue, but really when that happened and I was caught off guard, I had two absolute priorities. Priority number one was to protect our students. I had $250,000 worth of state funding that was earmarked to pay for Bay College classes, and I needed to make sure that was protected. The second priority was to protect my people. I had good folks with good intentions doing the best job that they could. Now, obviously, mistakes were made. I believe that it's the leader's job to share the praise, to share the pats on the back, but it's also the leader's job to take the blame. I was committed to making sure that if there was any fallout, it hit only me. And as this played out, what happened to be weeks after weeks and then a month after a month, for me, that was the right decision, but it was tough to be stoic and take it on the chin and just keep things moving forward. Lessons were learned. I think as we replayed that and started to the process of rebuilding trust, the unintended benefits were amazing. The lessons learned were amazing. It made us a much stronger organization, top to bottom, because of the process that we went through. I kind of had that Spartacus moment where over the course of the boards trying to figure out just exactly how to wash this out, other people wanted to come forward and say, no, this was on me, and this was on me, and this was on me. And I just wouldn't have any of that because I created the culture. I set the standard. I anticipated that the checklist that we were going through was going to be fine. And when where the rubber hit the road was on my desk. I would have done things differently had I been able to see how things were going to play out and they were actually going to shut our program. But my anticipation was we were making progress toward this improvement plan. That didn't happen. So I needed to own that. It was very uncomfortable. It was very public. But in terms of how I handled it from that end, I wouldn't have changed a thing. All of our students completed their year at Bay. That was fine. We didn't lose an employee. and the relationships between all levels of employment benefited from that ordeal.
Thank you.
That's it.
Next, we're going to talk about leadership attributes. Could you describe your leadership style and talk about situations in which you might vary from that style?
Sure. I try to be a democratic type leader. I think we hire good people to get their input so they can be part of the process, and part of the decision making. Ultimately, there are times when either there's not enough information or the information is conflicting and a decision has to be made anyway. And at that time, I'm not looking necessarily for 100% agreement on a decision, but I think leadership more and more has moved from the Lone Ranger to the lead learner. We're not expected to know everything. There's just way too much to know for us to know everything. That's why we have good people. That's why we have meetings and dialogue. That's why we do strategic planning. And that's why we have a process of decision making. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. What are some examples of how you have used data and research to make important decisions in your current position?
So many examples. It happens every day, every week. Trying to decide how to move from pneumatic controls in our heat plant to digital controls when we don't have enough money in the bank. It takes a lot of data to figure out how that might pay back over time. So we finalized an energy performance contract in Rapid River, about $1 million project that will pay back over time through those guaranteed savings. Years ago, we were trying to figure out how to maximize the use of the lifespan of our buses. I'm not as familiar with the road commissions in Marquette and Alger counties, but Delta County loves their salt. We pay $80,000 for a bus. We're lucky to get 10 years out of it. The engine will run for many more years, but there's nothing left underneath it to weld anything to. They're eaten away with salt. So we build a decision-making model, an Excel spreadsheet with pivot tables with 5, 6, 8, 10 different variables. You start to put that data in, you figure out what your most likely, your first most likely, second most likely options are, and then figure out, again, does it make sense to invest $500,000 now on a bus barn to get that return in investment down the road? Can we get 14, 15, maybe even 16 years out of a bus at $80,000 a crack? That would be a huge savings. So those are on the business side. Obviously, on the education side, we do that same thing. It's a little harder to use that kind of data because it's usually not numerical, or at least it's not as cut and dried as on the finance side or on a resource side. But we follow that same kind of format where we're really careful about trying to evaluate or trying to identify all the variables, figure out how those variables interact with each other, build a decision-making model that gives us the best information that's accessible at the time. Now again, these data-driven decisions, we call it sense making. Oftentimes when people make a decision, they're locked in, they're tied to it, and they want to prove that it's right. Instead, if we're just using the best information we have at the time, and we want to figure out how to move forward, we say, what makes sense right now? So rather than decision making, we call it sense making. This makes the most sense. We take that initial step, and then it's iterative. You're always doing that again to make sure you're heading down the right path. And if you have to adjust, you can do that quickly, hit the gas pedal, and continue to move forward.
Sorry about that. I'm taking notes and I never heard of sense making before. It was good. What are the key practices needed to establish a good working relationship with the board, staff, local districts, parents, and members of the regional community?
Well, thankfully, that process is similar for all those groups, because I think it's about communication and trust building. And you can't really have one without the other. You can't build trust without good communication. And again, like I mentioned earlier about communication, it's about listening to understand what the actual needs of the other party are. And it's also about being able to hear what isn't being said. Trust building is a little more complicated than that. It's about being honest, demonstrating integrity, but it's also about being predictable, doing what you said you were going to do and following up on what you said. And as you know, in education, we work at the speed of trust, whether that's the level of trust with our board, the level of trust that our staff has for us, the level of trust that our community has. You can't ask your board for something if they haven't had time to develop that trust with you. You certainly can't ask your public, your voters, for something if you haven't built up that level of trust. So communicating, listening, sharing information, and being transparent, but by and large, it's all about building those quality relationships by building trust.
Thank you. Instruction and curriculum, Board Member Barbara.
Okay, please give us examples of innovative educational change or reform that you initiated that improved success for all the students.
Sure. For a number of years, I worked with Ed McBroom. We were able to convince him of the need for more flexibility in the Michigan Merit curriculum. For those of you that have been on MARESA board for a number of years, you remember back when the merit curriculum came about, many of us argued against that because we were saying whatever didn't get on the list was at some point down the road going to be cut. If it wasn't valued and on the list, when push comes to shove, it was going to fall by the wayside. Over the course of many years, we saw that happen, whether it was CTE programming, business classes, home economics classes, woodworking classes, anything that was outside of the core, as budgets got tighter, started to fall apart. That had a direct impact on our students, especially our at-risk kids. Those students who aren't all about academics are able to learn, but need to engage, and really need to engage in a hands-on way. So worked with, it was Congressman or Representative McBroom at the time, Senator Casperson, and the governor's office to push through a lot of those changes. More recently, put a thought piece together on what we were calling the digitally optimized one-room schoolhouse, where we were designing an approach that was multi-grade, multi-age, and had all of the supports behind it, but was optimized through technology. Interestingly enough, now that we're living through this pandemic, we're actually seeing a lot of what we theorized and what we predicted would happen based on research is happening in some of our smaller areas, because they've got a home life with 3 or 4 students that are siblings that are learning side by side, that are having some of those same benefits. Not quite digitally optimized. It's kind of digitally kind of makeshift at this point. But I do think there are a lot of tools, there are a lot of analytics, there are a lot of diagnostics that over the course of time will be added in. I made a pitch to the MDE, some of our teacher ed program, our institutions of higher ed, and the legislature on a concept called Teacher 2.0. It was my belief, and it continues to be my belief, that we continue to prepare teachers for schools as they existed back when we went to school. I'm currently hiring recent graduates that have never taught a class online, have never made a video or worked with worked with a classroom overseas, or facilitated distance learning. It's beyond me with all of the resources that we have, and especially now that we see how things are going, that we haven't had that evolution. So again, put some research together, made a pitch, and it's interesting to see that now we're seeing some institutions of higher ed that are creating certifications for their graduates, not majors or minors, because that's a whole higher learning commission thing, but they're creating certifications that about distance learning or online learning. And I think that's going to play a big role in how we do a better job of meeting the varied needs of our students.
Thank you. Please describe your experience in successfully educating students with disabilities.
Like I mentioned before, I think the students who need us the most are the ones that deserve most of our attention and our resources, whether that's students with disabilities, and that can be academic disabilities, it can be socioeconomic disabilities, it can be emotional or mental health disabilities. But I think over time, we're going to get to a point where every student has an individualized education plan. We all go to the doctor. My doctor talks to me about my issues, not issues that everyone at my age and my height and my weight are probably going to have. We have the ability now to differentiate all of our students. It's going to take time, it's going to take energy, but if there's one silver lining to this pandemic, is we have teachers who are taking the time to do more outreach, to build specific, detailed, tailored programming for different students' individual needs. And it's not just those students who qualify for special education. It could be any of our at-risk students. And by at-risk, all I'm saying is at risk of struggling, at risk of disengaging, at risk of being, under maximized. So that's essentially every student. I think by leveraging technology, by putting the supports in place, we can better meet the needs of all of our students because they're all different. We've got to get away from the factory mentality of lining students up in straight rows and teaching to the middle, and instead engaging students, figuring out what their interests are, tailoring their curriculum to meet those interests, and then building off of that so that we're also hitting the standards and benchmarks that the state expects.
Thank you. Explain your experience leading general ed and career and technical education programs.
I'm a huge fan of career tech ed because I think that absolutely meets a need that our students need. And let's be honest, it meets a need that our economy needs. For too many years, and again, if you're familiar with the Cherry Commission, then that speaks to your age and my age. When the Cherry Commission came out and said that every student had to go to college or they weren't successful and the school wasn't successful, we did a disservice to schools, to students, and to parents. It's taken us the last 4 or 5 years to start to change that message, to re-engage kids, to give students permission to have an interest in a certificate program. We have kids that are amazing in welding, in auto, in all sorts of legitimate hands-on, career providing areas that for years, the powers that be were telling us they're not successful if they're heading down that road. We fought for that by changing the Michigan merit curriculum. I fought with our friends at the organization's name just jumped right out of my head. As I talk about it, it'll come back to me. The operating engineers, thank you. Operating engineers opened a training facility in Gladstone's industrial park because we worked with them to make sure they knew that we could provide them with workforce ready students. It goes back to that workforce ready graduate. They needed to know that these apprentices that were going to come in and learn how to use this heavy equipment, that there was going to be enough of them, that they were going to fill the need, and that they were going to be able to have these jobs. Gen Ed, for the most part, public education was built for our students that get it. For our students that learned how to play school, we were meeting their needs. We were capitalizing on that, and they were going and doing great things. But for far too long, we haven't been as focused, so we haven't been as successful on meeting the needs of all of those kids who struggle. Instead of changing what we do to meet their needs, we kept trying to change them so that they better fit into school. And I'm grateful and happy to say that in my districts, we've done a much better job now of changing our delivery, changing our programming, changing our curriculum, not changing our expectations, but better meeting them where they're at, engaging with them, and ensuring that they're successful in going on to something after high school.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finances and operations, board member Paula.
Describe your experience with budget development, financial management, bonds, sinking funds, millages at a local and or regional level.
Sure. When I started the superintendency 13 years ago, in my interview, I said, if I've got one area of concern, I don't have a solid background in finance, but I'll learn. And then I dove in with both feet. Sat down with my business manager then. She retired 2 years later. I had to hire a new business manager and train that person. I had him for 10 years. He retired last year. Now I'm training in another business manager. And over that time, I taught school finance for about 4 or 5 years at Northern because that was something I wanted to get good at. It was fascinating. It was complicated. A lot of things about it didn't really make sense, but there were rules and there were regulations and there were ways to learn it. We don't have a sinking fund in either of my districts, but we've passed construction bonds in both. We've refunded bonds. So I'm familiar with going to our public, talking about return on effort, talking about being good stewards of the public's money. In terms of the budget process, I don't think that ever ends. We do an initial budget. We typically do 3 budget amendments. And right when we're doing our final budget amendment is when we're adopting our new budget for next year. Your process, from what I saw online, is a little different. I think you do 2 budget amendments. But regardless, it's the same process in that, again, it never really ends. Based on the information that you have, you're updating your expenditures and your revenues. You've got cash flows that you're following. You have year-to-date budget versus year-to-date actuals. All of those things have now become, I don't want to say second nature because it's almost first nature. We speak in my district's fluent budget. We don't want, because I think it's dangerous if your curricular decisions become budget decisions. I think your curricular decisions have to be based on student need and how to best optimize teaching and learning. And then you figure out how to make the budget work based on those needs. I think far too many people look at the budget and say, oh, we're $20,000 off, and cut something that's $20,000. That's too easy. It's too lazy. And I think it's how people lose track of their priorities, but maintaining those priorities, getting really aggressive about revenues, being very, very careful. I'm not cheap, I'm frugal, being very, very careful about expenditures, and always making sure that you're checking in. You're looking at where are you at, where are you year to date, and where did you expect to be?
In tough financial times, how would you set priorities when there are competing interests, both local and regionally?
That's the new normal. That's what my life has been now as a professional educator, is trying to balance those competing priorities. That takes a lot of conversation. It takes a lot of trust building when I'm asking a high school principal to pause a textbook adoption because my second grade needs to move to, Eureka Math. But it's building a team that is able to have those conversations, to understand the process, that $1 invested K2 saves you $5, 3, 4, 5, and $10 grades 6, 7, and 8. Now you've just earned $25 by high school. But if you haven't had those conversations, and if you haven't demonstrated that with data, if people aren't on the same page, then there's clashes, then there's turf wars, then people start to break down, and that's when emotion starts to take over, and then it's tough to make good decisions. You can't make sense if you're still dealing with emotion. You have to work through the emotion, work through that to say, based on all of that, where are we now? What makes the most sense with the best information we have? And then start to make your priorities and keep circling back to make sure you're on track.
What ideas might you explore to increase revenue and resources for the MARESA?
I haven't done enough research to know exactly how you might go about generating more revenue. I've looked at what your millage rates are. Your operating millage has been scaled back because of Headley. You still have 2.0 for special education. You don't levy anything for CTE, and there's no ISD-wide regional enhancement millage. So again, the millage option is just one area to explore. Other areas to explore that I've got probably a little bit more of a handle on is how to facilitate partnerships, how to look at a shared service model, how to look at maximizing economies of scale through some of those partnerships and collaborations. But again, I'd have to sit down with folks, find out where the capacity is, look at where the needs are, and then build a finance model out of that.
Thank you.
Very welcome.
Okay,
And staff and personnel.
Shelley, this is Mike. So I've got 5:33. I'm sorry, I'm just the timekeeper. Everyone's doing great. You're doing a great job, everybody. But we do have 4 questions left, and then we want to allow time for the candidate to ask the board questions too. So let's just try to pick it up just a little bit, but we're doing great. Everyone's doing great.
I will pick it up. I'm coachable.
Board member Shelley, staff and personnel.
Hi, Dr. Culbertus.
Hi.
Please describe your most successful experience in building a peak performance work team.
If you were to ask me right now what I'm most proud of in my career, it's the administrative team I have together right now. It's taken years. It's not been a linear move. Sometimes it got a little messy. We've had people that have changed jobs. We've got people that have different skill sets. But I think when you get to that level of honesty to where people are able to be a little bit more self-aware, that's when you can really start to maximize their passion. Now, leadership, a big part of building a team is empowering others. That's huge. You want to give them enough control over what the decisions that they're making so that they can be successful. But that's not nearly enough. Once you've empowered them and they're making good decisions and they're rolling and they become higher functioning, in order to maximize that team, now it's not about empowering so much, because power is kind of tied to what you can control. Instead of power, it's more about freedom, giving good people the freedom to move forward so that they can start with an idea. Because now when they have that freedom, now it's about what you can unleash. And they're not even working now. They're having fun. You can't hold them back. You can't keep up with them. They've got an idea. And let me just give you an example. In this setting, I had an elementary principal who was turned on to yoga. Not unheard of. My wife does yoga. I'm not flexible enough or strong enough, but I had an elementary principal that was interested. She said, "What do you think about yoga for our students?" I said, "You're interested, map it out, plan it out, just keep me in the loop and don't spend too much money." She wrote some grants. Everything she did was self-funded by the grants. She targeted our at-risk students. By the end of that year, they were coming in early to do the mindfulness, to do the yoga, to get themselves ready to learn. It was phenomenal. It never would have been tried if I would have just been satisfied with empowering and high functioning, and instead didn't actually light a fire under them so that they could blast off. One of the reasons I'm considering taking a different job is I finally feel like my team is ready and they'd be okay if I left. And I know that sounds like we're all replaceable. I get that. But I just, I had a business manager that left. I had a high school principal that retired. So with those retirements, I just felt like I needed to wait until we were ready. And now I'm ready. Does that answer your question? Got a little enthusiastic there. And again, I'm sorry, Mr. Hill, I took too much time.
Oh, maybe the next question will go a little easier. How would you hold all staff and MARESA departments accountable for results?
I love
yoga.
That's a key. No, but accountability is a key. And what you find is people love to be held accountable. As long as it's clear and you're consistent and it makes sense, you communicate openly. There's no problem with accountability, especially if you are holding people accountable and you're helping them get better. If you're providing the resources, and if someone is struggling and you're there to provide more training or to provide some support, accountability is key, and everyone needs to know that everyone else is held accountable, so that there's no finger pointing, there's no tongue wagging, there's no excuses. Everyone knows, everyone's accountable, so everyone's doing their job. And then that's the baseline. And then you can start to empower, and then you can start to add in layers of freedom.
Thank you. What has been your experience with collective bargaining?
It takes up a whole lot of my time because I'm the chief negotiator for 2 districts. So I'm always bargaining something. I have great relationships with our employee groups, great relationships with the union stewards, and then whether it's the GEA, Teamsters, those are the MEA and the Teamsters are our 2 primary groups in both districts.
Thank you. As a regional leader, explain examples of how you would be visible throughout the MARESA.
Visibility is key. I think you need to work in such a way that you create a traffic pattern where people actually think you're everywhere all the time, that there must be more than one of you. That's part of my leadership style, is to be available, be present. be active and be a listener. You can't have that conversation unless you reach out to someone and you're there. So I do plan on putting on quite a bit of miles. You've got some geography to cover.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for those responses. At this time, do you have any questions for the MARESA Board of Education?
Well, you know, I read your points of pride, and there are plenty. There's a lot of quality programming, but if you could say, what current program do you think is an example of how you would like MARESA to grow?
Good question. Is my mic on?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. I guess I would say collaboration with with all 13 districts would probably be the big key. Being able to collaborate with all the other superintendents. I'm not sure that exactly answers your question, but it's one of the things that I find probably something that we need.
As an example of a program that would tell you where we would want to go, the Career Tech program has been fabulous. That
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, that type of program, or, anything.
Well, it was fun to watch Brian get so passionate about growing it. And then when Stu reached out and said, hey, I'm interested, I have the time, and he unleashed these resources, it's absolutely, that's a great model. I'm glad you brought that up. That's a fantastic program that has catalyzed the community.
And if anyone could come up with another program, not necessarily Career Tech, but something else that would be of benefit to the kids and could make it that successful, wonderful.
I agree.
I would add on to that, we need to be looking into the future and what those jobs in the future will be. And I know one of the areas that is probably just starting to get some exploration around here is around cybersecurity, for instance. Not every student, in the same way that, they're not all college bound, they're also not all the tech that we have right now. And then I look at our current experience with this COVID-19 and think, oh my gosh, we need so much work around this type of thing. And that's where our students are. I was really glad to hear you talk about teachers coming out of colleges with, not that experience, and how important that is in the classroom for everybody right now. And for us also as adults.
Absolutely. I agree about cybersecurity. It was part of the Marshall Plan for Talent. It's being funded through the NICE district is where the money's flowing. But Northern just opened up their cybersecurity institute. So we have participants in both of my districts. And it's interesting because I think, like you, that's going to be something, just like technology right now is in every single industry, cybersecurity isn't going to be a standalone industry. It's going to have to be built in to absolutely every industry as they push more into online programming, as there's more interaction online. So whether it's healthcare, finance, all of those areas are going to have to do a much better job in terms of their cybersecurity awareness. So I do appreciate those great examples. I guess for another question, if we turn to the other side of that coin, and Jamie, this may be what you were alluding to. My question is, what would you identify as MARESA's most pressing concern?
I would say from from a standpoint of some of the other comments I've heard tonight, um, getting more of the eliminating some misunderstandings between MARESA and the districts as far as I mean, Paula had a better way of putting it. But again, there's been some issues of just not coordinating enough together.
Sure, I get that.
More togetherness.
And those can be due to either competing interests or just non-mutual interests because of their circumstances. But I know because I'm from outside but nearby enough, I know these local district superintendents, some of the struggles that they're having, some of the projects that they're working on, and might be able, whether it's Brian at Nice, Dan in Nagani, or Pete in Munising, or Bill in Superior Central, there are different people that might be able to start the conversations, and then have that grow from cooperation to real collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you.
You have any other questions for us?
I do not.
Okay. Well, thank you for those questions. At this
Absolutely.
time, I would like to remind audience members that questions for second round interviews or comments may be sent to MLI Regional President Mike Hill at lakerdad68@gmail.com. We have a few minutes left. Is there anything else you would like to add as a closing statement?
I guess in closing, I hope you've gotten some sense of who I am. I also hope that you see how my skill set might align with your selection criteria. In general, there are those whose approach is from a scarcity mentality. It's zero sum, it's win-lose. They're always competing for scarce resources. That's not me. I come with an abundance mindset. So in my world, there's more options, there's more opportunities, there's more growth. I believe we discover those opportunities through hard work. Now, again, we work harder, but at some level, there's a limit to that. So then we work smarter. And at some level, there's a limit to that, till eventually we work together. And that, I think, is how we optimize the effectiveness of the organization.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate your interest in our leadership position, and if needed, we expect to conduct second round interviews in May. This will be discussed and based on the current shelter-in-place executive order. Mike Hill of MLI will contact all first round candidates on Thursday, April 30th. On behalf of our proud region, thank you for being here today.
I appreciate you having me. Thanks for the opportunity.
Welcome.
Have a good night.
Thank you. You too.
All right, MARESA board, great job, everybody. So you have about 10 minutes, actually 11 minutes exactly, for a break right now, and then hopefully we'll have our next in the green room getting ready. So good job, everybody. Really, really good job.
Hello, everyone. Our next candidate has not yet arrived, but I will let you know as soon as that person does arrive to the waiting room. And I just wanted to remind you that we're still streaming during the break. So just to be aware of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you, Monica. And if I can help in any way, get a hold of our next candidate, let me know. I talked to her this
Schedule that-
afternoon.
On the schedule that I have, it says 6:15 for her.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought the same thing. We ended
Maybe
the
I
other,
went too quickly with that last one. Okay.
I wondered that, yeah, because I thought we were on schedule.
So should we just be waiting? I suppose, I mean, I give her the time if she's expecting 6:15.
Yeah.
I suspect she'll be a few minutes early.
Right.
Hello, everyone. Our next candidate is in the waiting room. So when everyone is back, I will let her in to meet you all.
Thanks, Monica.
Sure.
Yes, thank you. And you're all doing a great job.
You're muted, Mike.
You must be muted, Mike, or something's happening with your microphone. I can't hear you. Can you hear me, Monica?
I can, yeah, but I can't
Okay.
hear Mike.
Yeah. Something's
Is-
wrong, Mike. Hi, Paula.
Hi, Jamie.
Nice to see you.
Julie, just FYI, there are huge thunderstorms here and tornado warnings. So if I lose you, it's probably because the power went out.
Wow. You in Chicago?
Thank you for
still?
letting us know. And again, remember it's recorded, so you could watch.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm in Chicago.
Our candidate is in the waiting room. It looks like everyone is back from break. So if I can get the thumbs up, we'll get started. All right,
Okay, I'm good.
good to go, good to go.
Sorry.
All righty. Still can't hear Mike. You're
I
on
got
mute,
you,
Mike.
Jamie. Yeah, hey, I'm here, bud. It's all good.
I can see you. I can see you.
We're okay. I was just I had this earpiece and then the battery goes on them, right? So it's just now I'm not I don't have the earpiece. So anyway,
Have to count on your ears, huh?
I got that. No problem.
I believe Rachel is in with us now, so welcome, Rachel.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Good, thank you. Good evening. My name is Julie Shaw, and I'm the president of the MARESA board. This is my 7th year on the MARESA board, and I served 12 years on the local board in my community in the Gwynn area community schools. On behalf of the Market Elgin Regional Educational Service Agency, we would like to welcome you as a candidate for our leadership position. I'd like the board to be able to introduce themselves to you at this time. So we'll start with Shelley, please.
Hi, Rachel. I'm Shelley Ovink, and I live in the Nice Community School District, which is in the western part of Marquette County. I was on the Nice local board for 12 years, and I've been on the MARESA board since 1997.
Hi, Shelley.
Paula's joining us from Chicago. Paula.
Welcome, Rachel, welcome. I'm Paula Sari and I'm from Marquette. I was on my local board for 8 years and been on the MARESA board somewhere over 20 years and was also on the Michigan Association of School Boards for about 20 years.
Thank you.
Paula, I shared you were in Chicago. Just in case you do get cut out, do you want to share with Rachel what happened? And then if somebody will volunteer to take Paula's question, should she get cut out? Paula, will you just share with us what's going on?
Yes, there are severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings. So I was just telling our president that if you all of a sudden lose me, it's probably because the power went out.
All right, well, we'll hope that doesn't happen, but.
No, thank you.
Barbara, if you'll introduce yourself.
Sure. I'm Barb Herman. I'm from the Munising district. I was on the Munising board for about 16 and a half years and upwards of 20 on the MARESA board.
Nice to meet you.
Jamie.
Hi, Rachel. I'm Jamie Randall. I live in Marquette. I'm on the Marquette School Board in this district. I'm also on the MARESA School Board. I've been on the Marquette School Board for 4 years. I'm currently the vice president there. And I'm just a trustee at MARESA at this point. I'm going into the second year.
Good to meet you.
Nice to meet
And
you.
Lowell?
Hi, Rachel, I'm Lowell Larson. I reside in the Negaunee Public School District, and I'm new to the MARESA board as of last summer.
Hello.
And Rachel, we have one board member, Steve Norman, who is unable to be with us this evening.
Okay.
And I would like to explain the format a little bit to you. The interview may take up to 75 minutes. There will be approximately 25 questions. And near the end, we will give you, our candidate, an opportunity to ask questions of the board. Questions may be submitted by our audience watching and will be considered for round 2 candidates. Please email questions to our Michigan Leadership Institute consultant, Mike Hill, and I believe that's been on the site, lakerdad68@gmail.com. Also, comments may be submitted to the same email address for our listening audience. An opportunity will be provided for you as well at the end to have a closing statement, Rachel. I'm going to open up and start off with the questions. While we have had the opportunity to review your experience and credentials, our audience has not. Would you briefly review your background and what causes you to be interested in this position at this point in your career?
Okay, so for me, education is not just a career, it's a passion. I came to my educational career a little bit later in the game than some folks typically do. So I originally went to university in human services. So it was a combination of social work and psychology. Ended up working for Intertribal Council in a variety of programs, a teen parent program, and a program called Families First. And Families First is a program, really a last ditch kind of an effort to keep children in their home when there's an abuse and neglect situation. I did that in-home work. I only had a small number of families. I would go into the homes and try to help the families stabilize the situation and make it a good place for the children to be. And did that for 5 years. And as you might imagine, in that role, I worked very closely with the school system. And it was during my work with Families First through Intertribal Council, primarily in Mackinac County, but also Chippewa County as well, and a little bit in Luce. I realized just how critically important education is in the lives of children. Not just children at risk, but especially children at risk. It can be the only stabilizing force in a child's situation. It really can minimize and mitigate trauma that happens. It can provide that love and care that sometimes doesn't happen at home, at least not consistently. I had the opportunity to work with a fabulous elementary principal at St. Ignace at the time. He later became the UPISD Superintendent, Pete Everson. And just working very, very closely with him inspired me to want to go back to school and to become an educator. And that started me on the path to special education. And I've been the UPISD Special Ed Director now since 2008.
Thank you. Based upon your research, tell us about MARESA and what you believe are the most immediate challenges.
Well, challenges for the education system as a whole are tremendous, and MARESA is no different. Revenues are a big problem, and that's going to be an increasingly difficult problem this year. We're looking at a school aid fund deficit, so to speak. So a reduction in the anticipated school aid revenue of maybe as much as $1 billion. And so districts in MARESA and across the state are looking at foundation cuts of $500 to $1,000 per student. And that's going to be really, really hard to manage. So that's kind of on a big scale having to do with our COVID situation now. And then also most immediately, how are we going to safely bring children back to school? Are we going to be allowed to bring children back to school? And what does that look like? And even if we can start school in September, you know, are we going to have another closure, and are we going to be ready for that? So your question asked though specifically about MARESA. So those are some kind of global education issues in the state of Michigan. MARESA in particular, as I was doing some research, I guess I have questions, and I don't know if I have a firm opinion on, you know, if that's the most immediate thing. I'm wondering about technological services, for example, especially in this era of remote distance, virtual learning, all of the above. What's the role of MARESA in helping districts scale up their technological services? I know here in the EUP, we have a tech consortium, and most of our districts get our services directly from the intermediate school district. So we've been able to do things like scale up regional hotspots where if families don't have internet at home, there's a place close by where they can go and access that. So I wonder about those types of things as I look at what's available. I wonder about UPCED and the work that that organization is doing right now, and potential grants. Again, thinking of tech again, there are some big tech grants that are likely to be coming out. And how well positioned is MARESA to be able to jump on those and leverage those fully? I have lots of questions, but those are a couple.
Thank you. Community Relations Board Member Jamie.
Jamie, please unmute, please. All right, it's
Yeah, right.
I've done it 12 times.
Sorry, Rachel.
Oh, you're good. I've
Okay.
been doing all day. This happens.
So Rachel, how would you go about establishing and maintaining positive relationships with our regional community, and our regional community being 13 other districts?
That's something I've done for a long time. Like I said, I've been a special ed director here at the EUP-ISD since 2008. I've been at the agency since 2004. I was in a special education monitoring role. So my experience in doing that was I had to learn how to give folks maybe some news that they didn't necessarily want to hear about things that had to happen in terms of their systems, but still be able to work collaboratively. So really honed my skills as first a monitor and now a special ed director. And I know that there are things that we can do together to improve the situation for everybody that we simply can't do one district at a time, especially not with our really small districts. So it starts by being a good listener, by really truly hearing what districts need, what communities need, and then problem solve together how you're going to start solving those issues. For me, I want to take pressure off those frontline administrators. Those are terribly difficult jobs. And there are things you can maintain the culture and feel of a community school, but still regionalize many, many things for efficiency's sake. And where you can do that, you should be doing that. But again, it's you have to build those trusting relationships. So, you know, you have to meet one-on-one, you have to hear people out, you have to be okay with a difference of opinion. And not everything, you're not going to work on everything together, and that's okay. But where you can, you should.
Thank you. So could you share with us ways in which you have accomplished successful communications with the community regarding your current district's challenges or points of pride?
Sure. A fairly recent example is in the area of mental health, where we've done a number of things. We unfortunately have had, in the past number of years, some student suicides. And so we needed to be able to respond to that. So we have developed a number of pieces. One is a regional crisis response team for schools. So now if there's a tragedy of any kind that impacts the school community, We have a team of trained folks that can go and be at that school the next morning. And we partner with our local hospital and our local community health, mental health organization to be able to staff that. So that's one example. And that came out of a community conversation using a federal SAMHSA model, where we brought folks in and we talked about what our needs were in the area of mental health. And that was one piece that was needed, as well as a school-based risk assessment process. We've all heard, unfortunately, about depression and students that are struggling in general, and unfortunately, guns and bomb threats and those types of situations. So for the EUPISD, I've led an effort to be able to do a school-based risk assessment. The problem that solves is when you have a student that's struggling, many times you refer a student to an ER. Even if the parents take the student to the ER, the student ends up back at school the next day and you don't know what happened. With the school-based risk assessment, using our own staff members, we're able to monitor and have a safety and supervision plan as soon as that student comes back to school.
Thank you. If selected, how would you promote the services that MARESA offers?
Well, you're doing some things really well already. You have a really cool CTE website. So I don't know who's responsible for that, but yeah, that's some really good stuff you have going on there. I think that the superintendent should really be a cheerleader for education, just globally. So I would want to interact with all of the schools in the region and find those good news stories and make sure that word is getting out on a regular basis. I would encourage staff to do the same. You have to have a process for that. It can't be a free-for-all, so there would have to be a good flow of information in the communication plan. But I think that's one of the primary responsibilities of a superintendent, is to be that public face about all of the things that education has to offer.
Thank you. As a regional leader, how would you keep local districts working together while respecting individual district agendas?
Yeah, well, you have to have a structure for that. And I think you also have to be willing to give up some control at the ISD level to be able to provide an opportunity for true leadership from your constituent districts. I know here at the UPISD, each of our funds, so general fund, special ed fund, and so forth, has a subcommittee that's really a steering committee for the ISD, and those subcommittees drive how we spend our dollars. It was through our special ed subcommittee that we identified the appropriate level for the special ed fund balance, because that was a point of contention. You know, districts' budgets get pinched and then they get grumpy about the ISD fund balance. So we had a recommendation out of our special ed subcommittee. What should that fund balance be? And we provide quite a bit of funding and service to our local districts. So if our fund balance gets too low, they could end up with a surprise. That's not good either. That group worked on the financial pieces, made a recommendation back to the full superintendent's committee. They voted, made a recommendation, and then our school board adopted that. So now we have parameters and we know where our fund balance should be at all times. And so doing those things collaboratively, but having that real, I mean, it's a recommendation. It's not the same as board action, but if our superintendent's group votes, our board tends to listen. And so that's powerful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Political awareness, board member Lowell.
What do you think is the most important educational policy facing MARESA today, either at the state or the federal level?
So this is the stuff that I love. I'm pretty involved in all things education, but especially policymaking and those political pieces. I became involved politically in education and policy issues when I realized the impact that they had on the things that we can do in schools. So to me, the number one issue is the significant underfunding of education in the state of Michigan. And it's underfunded for a variety of reasons. The reduction in overall tax revenue since 2009 is a piece of that. The offloading of the school aid fund for colleges, community colleges and universities is a piece of it. There are so many things that we need to be doing in education, and we need to be adequately funded in order to do that. So that's a piece I've been working on for several years. I was involved in the school finance research collaborative work group, and I've been involved in promoting those recommendations since then. I held a town hall here in the EUP last year to begin to work on those issues at a local level, and I've continued to be involved. So I think that's the one issue that impacts all others.
Okay. And what impact do you feel the Michigan Department of Education is having on school districts in general?
So they are, there's some good people at the department. They are understaffed for the work that they're supposed to be doing, that they're mandated to do. They offload much of that responsibility to intermediate school districts, MARESAs. And their lack of staffing negatively impacts local districts. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing quite a bit of the time. And so different departments are asking for the same data where they already have a data set. And you can see that repeated over and over again. So if the department was more functional, life would be easier for our district, no doubt about it.
Okay, my last question. What has been one of the most challenging administrative decisions you've had to make? And how did you handle the reaction to this decision?
So, I mean, typically human resource can be one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult. I've been around long enough that I've had underperforming employees and employees that it was just really time for them to move on for a variety of reasons. And that's always really tough when you've worked closely with people for a number of years. But you really just have to keep the focus on the kids and the program and the overall purpose. You have to be fair, but you can't lose sight of where you need to be either, and moving that whole thing forward. You know, kids have to be safe, they have to be learning, and at a certain point in time, sometimes you just have to make a change.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Leadership attributes. Could you describe your leadership style and talk about situations in which you might vary from that style?
So I'm a hard worker, and so I have high expectations for staff. I also believe in growing leadership amongst staff and trusting that you've hired the right people, and that if you've hired the right people, if they're professionals, they'll get the job done for you. And so many times at a higher level or in an even better way than you might have imagined if you were standing in their way and micromanaging. So I like to provide a frame for staff, provide some guidance, and then really cut people loose to be able to knock my socks off. And that tends to be what happens. I have a great staff here, really, really incredible. But I've built that over time. I've been involved in very nearly every hiring decision since I've been an administrator. And I always try to hire the candidate who matches kind of the top third of my staff. And so the employee group just continues to improve over time, and you recruit your next best staff member when they start to interact with all of the great staff that you already have. And, you know, there's nothing more important than staff. The staff are the way that you deliver good outcomes for kids. So hire the best people, treat them really well, and it makes everything else so much easier.
Thank you. What are some examples of how you use data and research to make important decisions in your current position?
So you might have heard from Tammy Meehan about general supervision monitoring. So there's new monitoring requirements for intermediate school districts in terms of special education. And what we've been able to do here in the UPISD over the last several years is really embed a school improvement process using data. So we use over 30 different points of data, and districts submit to us now on an annual basis on these different indicators of a highly effective special ed system. And so we've been able to track over time growth. And now that we have those data points are being used at the district level to make improvements that they didn't know that they might want to do. For example, there's a district that they weren't seeing the growth in their reading performance for special ed students that they thought they should. And they were able to see this trend over several years through this new process. What they realized when they dug a little deeper was that they weren't giving their resource room teachers enough time to actually instruct. They were doing so much push-in, which is also a best practice, but just like anything else, too much of a good thing isn't good either. So they were doing almost all push-in and didn't have any pull-out time to be able to instruct to student goals. Once they fixed that, even within the first 6 months, they were seeing tremendous growth. So having the right data points and being able to have a good review process is really important.
My last question is, what are the key practices needed to establish a good working relationship with the board, staff, local districts, parents, and members of the regional community?
That's a big question. Well, lots of groups. In general, just listening, finding out what expectations are, double checking on, am I meeting those expectations? Do they clearly understand what you were looking for? And I like to provide clear, consistent messaging. So, so if you do that over time, you can really develop good trusting relationships. I think you communicate often. I know here with my staff, and I'm sure the board feels the same, I don't want any surprises. I'm sure you wouldn't want any surprises either. So things that you need to know in a reliable and efficient way. So keeping that two-way communication going is essential. I think you're muted.
Oops, thank you. I hit it, it didn't go. Instruction and curriculum, board member Barbara.
Okay, Rachel, please give us examples of innovative educational change or reform that you initiated that improved success for all the students.
So I've been really involved in our MTSS, our multi-tiered systems of support process, which is a collaboration between our gen ed department and our special ed department here at the UPISD. So working with reading and behavior and building in tiers of support. So what do all students get? What do students who are struggling a little bit get? And what do students who are really, really struggling get? It's been a good partnership between gen ed and special ed, especially in the area of literacy. But really the special education department has had the staff in terms of behavior. And so we have been able to train regional staff on best practices in behavior, in early warning systems, so prevention of dropout. And we've seen a reduction in suspensions and expulsions based on the work that we've done. Most recently, as another offshoot of that project, I took a road trip with our general education director to the 2 highest performing elementary schools in reading in the UP. And you can look all across the state and see, you know, there are higher performing districts and those who are not doing quite so well. But we wanted UP comparables, and so we went to Houghton and we went to Nice. And it was really remarkable what we found, because even though those 2 districts and those 2 buildings are not communicating with each other, they're doing nearly identical things. So we now have a new model that we want to bring back to our region. And it's really pushing in multiple interventions based on highly targeted performance data on those students. So it's really the right intervention at the right time. And they have someone bird dogging that project in the building all the time. It's their title. It's a title teacher, but it's really a title coordinator. And in both cases, they're ladies. And so she's walking around with a clipboard and tracking all of the students. And it's just really remarkable. And like I said, it was amazing to see that such similar practices are happening with great success in those 2 elementary buildings. And when we were at Nice, Brian DeAugustine sat us down and just kind of explained the whole process to us, how they came to be so high performing. And it's a really neat school building, and it's producing some pretty remarkable results.
Great. Thank you. Please describe your experience in successfully educating students with disabilities.
Well, I've been in that game for a long time. I'll give you a couple of examples. Going a little bit farther back. Again, our districts were really struggling with behavior issues. And when I became special education director, we had some fairly high suspension expulsion rates, fairly high percentage of students on partial day programs. Partial day programs aren't going to help anybody make progress, and in my opinion, very rare cases. And so we opened 2 new center programs run by the intermediate school district. An elementary emotionally impaired program and a secondary emotionally impaired program. We've been running those now for several years, and we've actually had our first high school graduates out of our high school emotionally impaired program. And so that's really, really exciting. So that's one example. Another more recent example is something called Project Search. Project Search is an international program taking students with significant disabilities and doing an internship rotation in a local business, where you put the actual classroom at the local business. In our case, it's our hospital. And then the students run through 3 internships over the course of the year with a high level of support. And then they obtain competitive employment at a competitive wage at the end of the program. Last year was our first year. And all of our interns successfully completed their internships in financial services, in oncology, in med-surg. Super cool experiences for all of them, and they were all employed at the end of the program.
Wonderful. Great. Okay, explain your experiences leading general education and career and technical education programs.
So that has not been my role to directly lead those programs. So 2 years ago, we passed our first career tech millage in the UP, and I was involved in the leadership group that ran the millage request. So I was involved in those meetings. We've also run successful Headley override requests for special education. So I have that experience as well. And like I mentioned earlier, with the multi-tiered systems of support, I've partnered very closely with our general education department, especially in the area of reading. I will also say for the special ed department, we divided out all of the curricular areas among the staff so that we would have a point person for each area. Nobody wanted math, so I took math and I became our department expert in math, and it's the most fun I've had in years, interacting directly with the teachers and the kids on best practices in math. And it was pretty therapeutic for me too. I learned the way that I was taught years ago was probably not the best way, and that there's much better methods now. And so I was able to translate that to my last year 4th grade granddaughter who was struggling in fractions. And I convinced her that we were in the Math Geeks Club together and that we loved math. And you know what, it worked. She's doing very well in math now. She still loves fractions. And yeah, it's good stuff. So.
Okay. Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Finances and operations, Board Member Paula?
Hi, Rachel. Could you describe your experience with budget development, financial management, bonds, millages, sinking funds at local and or regional level?
Sure. So here at the UPISD, the department heads manage their own budget. So since 2008, I've been managing the special education budget. And this year is a $10 million budget. So I plan for that. I'm directly involved in bargaining all of those contracts. So, you know, I see the recruiting side, you have to have a good offer, but then I also see the budget side. And like I mentioned earlier, we have to hit, for us, it's a 10% fund balance is our floor. So, so I've been directly involved in that, and you have to prioritize, and you have to prioritize based on what your overall goals are for the agency. And I will say one of my overall goals for the agency is being as efficient with resources as possible, but also trying to draw in any additional revenues that we can. One way I've done that for the special ed budget over the last number of years is through becoming our own Medicaid billing agent, which we were able to do through our Illuminate student information system. And what that's allowed us to do is really bird dog those Medicaid dollars that are out there. So we've significantly increased what we are leveraging in Medicaid funds, and we're not paying 7.5% of almost $1 million to a downstate company. We have our own person employed in our region through those, you know, using that same 7% that was going somewhere else. We're now employing someone here to do that work and increase those revenues.
Great. In tough financial times, how would you set priorities when there are competing interests, both locally and regionally?
Yeah, it's really tough, but there are core pieces of education, and then there are extras, and we don't have very many extras in education right now. You know, but there are some. There's keeping schools safe and secure. There's having a high quality of staff, and there's having the instructional resources that you need in those core areas. You know, it's math, it's reading, and then you kind of build out from there. It's not easy, but.
What ideas might you explore to increase resources and revenue for the MARESA?
So I'm wondering if MARESA has a grants manager, would be my first wondering. I think that there are grant resources that our smaller ISDs miss out on a regular basis because we don't have the staff capacity to do that. I know in the past, UPCED did quite a bit of grant writing for the region. I have a sense that that's maybe fallen off. And so whether that's a role for UPCED or if it would make financial sense for MARESA maybe partnering with another ISD to have a person like that on staff, There's dollars being lost, absolutely. And then again, regionalizing what programs and services you can. So there are services that you just can't provide at a district level. But at a regional level, if you pile resources together, you really can do that. I know with the new 31N mental health funds that we have, our region in the last year has been able to double our social work staff. But the way that we've done that is all of our districts have agreed to pay the match component, and then some districts are using their title funds to buy even more. So just having that opportunity there where districts don't have to commit to a full FTE, they can buy as many days as they want. You know, pretty soon you have a full-time position, and where a district can't find a half-time person, RESA can find a full-time person typically. And, you know, doing things like growing your own or doing paid internships. We had a 5-year vacancy for school psychologists. They're not that easy to find until we started doing a paid internship. We pay BA step 1 during that internship year, which is a great rate for all of the work that we get out of those interns. They're able to do full psychological evaluations under the supervision of a fully certified person. But we pay them, you know, $35,000 for a full year's worth of work. And then, you know, it's kind of try before you buy. We've been able to hire several of those folks at the end of that, knowing what we're getting. So that's another efficiency. It's not necessarily more revenue, but it's spending the dollars that you do have in a smart way.
And staff and personnel, board member Shelley.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi, Shelley.
Please describe your most successful experience in building a peak performing work team.
I've touched on some of those pieces already. It's hiring the best people. It's getting harder and harder to do that with the personnel shortages that we've been having, I do have to say. But being willing to wait for that right person, and then getting them everything that they need. So I'm a big proponent of investing in staff through professional development. I really encourage staff to increase their capacity by being involved in their professional organizations. And that also gives the ISD, the RESA, a seat at the table. So almost all of my staff are involved in leadership at the professional organization level. And so through that, you know, back to the resources, we've been able to get, whether it's a mini grant or a scholarship, we're just in the know a little bit more on some of those pieces that might be available through those organizations. But once you get your folks involved in things, then they become the expert, and then you have to trust that they have good information and good ideas, and again, not micromanaging, but trusting that you have those top-notch people, and you provide them the support that they need, but then you let them loose to do the work. You know, when folks have personal issues or concerns, you know, making sure that you're available, making sure that you are checking in on staff on a regular basis. There's a regular, you know, whether it's a series of monthly meetings or check-ins, that they know they have a reliable time to connect with you and let you know what's going on, whether it's work or personal. It's keeping that communication open.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
How would you hold all staff and MARESA departments accountable for results?
First of all, you're going to set that example yourself. My staff says that I work hard and I work them hard. I guess that's just kind of my personality, is I want to get things done right now for kids. And things do take time, but you have to dig into the work. And I think your passion and excitement for the things that you're doing, and the directions that you're going in terms of education, that's infectious. So holding people accountable, it's just circling back. It's even as simple as an agenda where you have a conversation, you're collecting what everybody's saying, and then at the end of every agenda that we have in our department, we have a little chart that says, okay, this is what we decided to do, who's going to do it, and what's the deadline. And then at our next meeting, that little chart is there with those same dates saying, okay, this is what we agreed to do, who got it done. And just everybody knowing when they show up at that next meeting, that little chart's going to be sitting there with their name on it. That can be motivating for me too.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What has been your experience with collective bargaining?
I've been involved in every, both professional and support staff. We only have the 2 bargaining units here. I see that you have 4, but I've been involved in every one of those negotiations since I started. And again, that's taking care of the people who take care of the kids. I want to make sure that there's a good bargaining agreement, because a good bargaining agreement makes life easier for everybody. I have a really good relationship with our UniServe director, and we have the ability to be very open and honest about our different perspectives, and we quite often agree, but we don't always agree, and that's okay. We each have our role to play, but and I'm a proponent of kind of laying out what you're able to do and what you're not able to do, and that's worked really, really well. We haven't had any grievances in my department since I've been here, so I think that speaks well to how things have been going.
Thank you. One more question.
Sure.
As a regional leader, explain examples of how you would be visible throughout the MARESA.
So I would want to start out by meeting individually with each one of the school districts. I would want to talk to each superintendent about whether or not they would be comfortable with me coming to board meetings. I would like to have a regular rotation of attending board meetings and supporting superintendents. I would want them to feel like that was a supportive thing though. So it would be invitation only. I wouldn't just show up to a meeting. You want to have good relationships with your news outlets. So I would develop working relationships with appropriate local reporters. I would also become aware of the parent groups that are in the region and see how best to interact with those folks. Yeah, I would really want to see who are the stakeholders. And, I know the stakeholders that we have here. I'm sure they're similar and slightly different in some ways at MARESA. I know that there's a partnership with Northern, and I would want to explore more about how that's working now, and how to continue to grow that relationship.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for all your responses. And at this time, do you have any questions for the MARESA Board of Education?
So I would be interested, I have 2 questions. First one, if you had to identify 1 or 2 of your greatest successes as a board or as an agency in the last couple of years, what would those be? 1 or 2 successes.
I'll take a stab at that. I
That's
think
a
we
great
have more than
question,
just
by
1
the
or
way.
2.
That's a great question. Good question.
It is. I think we have more than 1 or 2. But I would say the work that we've done with our community partners on career tech, middle college, all of those types of things. I think we're very proud of that. And then I want to go back to something that we did many years ago, actually before I was a board member on the MARESA, and it was the putting our special ed students back into their districts. And so we don't have a centralized program, which I'm sure, I think that's how the Eastern UP operates. And most ISDs operate that way. We don't. And part of that had to do with believing that that was the best place for children to get their education, to make them part of their own community. And it also had to do with and I think you said earlier how large this district is. You know, Marquette Algerisa is a huge area, so is the Eastern UP. But, you know, I'm very familiar with especially one neighbor girl to me who was mostly on a bus all day traveling. She spent 3 hours getting to the central program and 3 hours getting back and just a couple hours there. And so to eliminate that type of thing. And I think that's one of the programs that we did many years ago. It's now just part of who we are. But I think we're very proud of that.
That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I know I'm thinking of a young man who attends our center program, but also has been able to participate with his local high school football team. And those connections with community are irreplaceable. And so that's a huge success. Okay, so I said I had 2 questions. My other question is for any of you that would like to share. I would be interested, I shared a little bit about why I'm in education and why I'm passionate about education. So I'm wondering from any of you that want to share, why are you spending your time as a board member? What motivates you to give of your time in that way?
I would say my passion comes from I have been involved since my firstborn, which I didn't have until I was 50. When she was 5 years old and starting kindergarten, I've been involved with the schools since that time. So it's about 16 years. And I've been very interested in working with in my church and everything with the youth. I think it's extremely important. I think it's extremely important for parents to know, and that's where my passion began. And so it just seemed like a way to move into the same, just keep on going. Once my kids, I still have one in senior in high school, and still participating in everything that they do. That's why I'm a board member.
That's great. Well, thank you for your service. I really appreciate that. And I think when we talked about communication, I think it's important for us all to share our stories. We're all choosing to give our time for reasons that we need to talk about. And education is a core foundational piece of our whole society. And I think the more that we talk about it, maybe we're talking about it more now that, you know, parents are trying to do what we do in schools at home now, and it's harder than it looks. But sharing our stories and why we're involved and why we think is important, I think is key.
Did any other board members want to answer that second question at this time? It's a great question. I would go on and on forever because I'm so involved and passionate about education. So that's why I'm keeping my mouth quiet.
I would just say, I feel the same way, Julie. It's like, oh, don't get me started. However, I would say overall, it's because of love of education. I love to learn myself. I love being part of the work of planning it. I love to see all of the innovation. I love to see people blossoming. I love to see those ideas that sort of spring out of people. I really enjoy it, and the MARESA has been one of those places where I've been able to experience that more than anywhere else, which is why I'm still on this board.
Good answer.
You know, I would like to say that it's very different sitting on the RESA board than it is sitting at the local level. And I enjoyed the local level. I even down to figuring out who was going to get the milk bid. But this level, I really enjoy too. It's kind of, for me, I love the fact that we're giving back to teachers, doing so much teacher development, that we're improving systems within the schools. And one of the other initiatives that we started is to help board members. We implemented a new board member program to help educate new board members. So trying to strengthen local boards is just really exciting.
Really important.
Thank you, Paula. That's a great point. And thank you, Rachel, for those questions. And at this time, I would like to remind audience members that questions for second round interviews or comments may be sent to MLI Regional President Mike Hill at lakerdad68@gmail.com. And we have some time left, Rachel. So if there's anything you would like to add as a closing statement, we would love to hear that from you.
I just really want to thank the board and Mike, who's helped facilitate this process so far for all the candidates, has done a great job of that. For the opportunity to talk with all of you tonight. I can see why now MARESA has been doing such tremendous things for many, many years. I can really feel the strength of this board and the genuine concern and dedication that you all have, and the seriousness that you're taking this whole process. So I really appreciate that. I feel like I'm in a really good position as a candidate. I have the best job in the world right now. I'm very, very happy with where I'm at. However, as I've mentioned several times, I'm very passionate about improving the system of education for the state of Michigan. The only reason that I am interested in an ISD superintendency is I think those are key leaders in moving our whole system of education forward in the state of Michigan. I love the UP. Marquette's a great city. I spent time there as a Northern student. And so I could see it being a really good fit. And so I'll be interested to see, how this process goes, and whether we move forward into a round 2, or whether this has been our opportunity to have discussion. I have really appreciated the time. And again, thanks.
Thank you. We appreciate your interest in our leadership position. If needed, we expect to conduct second round interviews in May. This will be discussed and based on the current shelter-in-place executive order. Mike Hill of MLI will contact all first round candidates on Thursday, April 30th. And on behalf of our proud region, thank you for being here with us this evening.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, great job, Rachel. Thank you. Take care. Yeah. So board, I just want to once again congratulate all of you. Fantastic. I mean, wow. Yeah. I told you when we started, this was going to be probably the hardest decision you have to make. And so we're at halftime right now. You have 3 candidates. You have 3 more tomorrow that are very, very strong candidates. So I would just reiterate that please no deliberations tonight. Make sure that you keep your comments to yourself and jot down notes from tonight. That's always a good thing for you to save for tomorrow. And I think we're on tomorrow, President Shaw, I think 4
4:15.
o'clock, right? Yeah.
4
So
4 o'clock. Yeah.
And then we come on at 4, and then the first interview is at 4:15.
Correct.
So you have another 3 strong candidates tomorrow. So Barb, you asked a question on chat about changing the questions. My recommendation is no. I have talked to all the candidates about not observing previous interviews, and I trust that their character and integrity as leaders, that they're not doing that. And you know, I just think we have to stay the course with consistency in our process right now. That's just my recommendation, but it's always difficult when we're on Zoom, right? And
Yeah.
just don't know.
Yeah.
So I just recommend we stay the course, and I think you're getting a pretty good feel for candidates right now, and man, I think it was a great night myself. Wow.
I agree.
Once again, we're an open session, no deliberations, no decisions can be made. You know, well, they can be made, but I think in fairness, we wait until tomorrow to have our 3 other candidates interviewed, and it's very, very exciting. Very exciting for MARESA.
The second round of candidates, are we aiming at having 3 or 2 or however many we want, I suppose?
Yeah, that's a good question, Jamie. I think normally when you go into the final round, you at least want to have 2. A lot of districts right now are going 3 into the final round, and then maybe having a backup for bench strength. So you would pick three candidates to bring back for a second round conversation, and